Hey, everybody. So glad to be here with all of you tonight. We're going to have yet another great late night conversation. I guess we'll jump right into it. So here we go.
Spoken of the American century. I say that the century on which we are entering can be and must be the century of the common man.
A radical redistribution of economic power.
I mean, we know that racism is a byproduct of capitalism. Everything would be all right if everything was put back in the hands of the people.
We need a government that will make sure Americans are taken care of and organize the economy to serve the people, not the profits of a wealthy few.
We now have the techniques and the resources to get rid of poverty.
We got to start getting out there with the people.
Get out of the movement and get to the masses.
We need a government of action.
Welcome, everybody. I am so glad to be here with all of you. I am having a little trouble getting YouTube to open on my end. I'm watching you all in the studio, and I see there's 19 of you who just started watching as we went live here. But for some reason, I'm having trouble opening the YouTube page on my computer, which makes me suspect that YouTube could be having some issues. We are on Rumble. Nice. If you're on Rumble, you're watching us, and yeah, I'm not sure why YouTube seems to be acting weird. Let me see if it lets me open up the YouTube page here soon. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe there's a bit of a YouTube outage or something like that. Very, very odd. But I'm glad that you all are here, and I hope that YouTube starts cooperating, or whatever's going on with YouTube is figured out soon. But glad you all are here. We're going to be doing yet another late night conversation, just like we always do. So the way we do this is we have the opening remarks, which is whatever I am talking about tonight. Then from there, we do the roll call, and then I answer your questions for the remainder of the show. Now, the roll call is always fun because we find out who's watching, who's on the other side of the camera. That's always great. We do the names and locations thing, and that's a very, very community building activity we do on here. And then me answering your questions is also very, very awesome because I talk about whatever's on your mind. And the other night, somebody asked me a question that I answered for 1 hour. It was a very inclusive question they asked. The other people ask me all kinds of things about all kinds of stuff. So if you want to send a question, the way to do it right now, because we're still dealing with this demonetization, the way to do it is if you're on Rumble, you can send questions as Rumble rants on Rumble, or Caleb Maupin, just my name, Caleb Maupin 22 on Cash App. Those are the two ways that you can ask me questions. So if you got something you want me to ask me about, and want me to answer it in the second half of the show, the two ways I will be accepting questions is Rumble rants on Rumble, or Caleb Maupin 22 on the Cash App. Both of those are great ways to get your question in. Let me try YouTube again. I do not know why YouTube is being odd, but I cannot get YouTube to open up in my browser. It just gives me the loading forever indefinitely. And I see that a number of you are watching on YouTube, so it looks like it's not out. The app doesn't seem to be out, but it's not letting me open it up. And so I'm not seeing the YouTube page, but maybe it'll load, or I don't know what's going on. But you all are here. You're watching on YouTube, and you're watching on Rumble. And there you go. We do have a couple announcements. The main announcement that we have is that we are having our national convention coming up, the biggest event of the year, the biggest anti-imperialist gathering of the year. It'll be our flagship event of 2025. It's going to be in Chicago. We're going to fill up the auditorium. People are working very, very hard to make that happen. And our organization is very dedicated to building, and we are going to make sure that there's an audience of people at our big event. Make a point of being there July 12th. You can register at the link down below. And it's going to be a really, really important event. And we're going to have speakers about different anti-imperialist issues. Scott Ritter, Garland Nixon, members of our organization from around the country, Peter Coffin. We're going to make a point of having a very effective anti-imperialist gathering. But we need to fill up that auditorium. So I'm working hard at it. We got a lot of people coming in from out of town for our 7-day program to facilitate the convention. And CPI, we're doing good stuff. The Center for Political Innovation, our organization, is marching forward, and we are accomplishing a lot. I'll probably be touching on that later tonight. I tend to talk about that on these streams. But that's the main announcement. We are also having a workshop in Los Angeles on May 24th. So if you are in LA, by all means, come join us at the workshop. Should be a good workshop. Come join us. And that'll be on May 24th. It'll be an all-day workshop that we are doing. Should be good. Hope to see you there. In addition to that, we're always doing different things. We did put out a special new book. I guess I'll mention this. Victory Day in Russia. The big parade is tomorrow. I've got plenty to say about that. But, all the world leaders from the anti-imperialist bloc of countries are gathering in Moscow for the big parade. We published a book for Victory Day. And this book is called The Battle for Soviet History and Why It Matters. And it's got a picture of the Immortal Regiment parades that the people in the former USSR and people, have to honor the sacrifice in the Second World War. And so we just released this book today, and it is about the history of the Soviet Union and their role in defeating fascism in the Second World War, which often gets overlooked. There's a big effort to denigrate and silence, and downplay the heroism of the Soviet people in the struggle to defeat fascism in the Second World War. If you would like to get a copy of the book, Battle for Soviet History is what it's called. It's just a compilation of different pieces that have been written over the years about the struggle against fascism in the Second World War and why it matters. Here's the link. I'll drop it in the chat if you're interested in getting a copy of that. We made a point of putting it out for Victory Day. Shout out to everyone in Chicago who participated in the great motorcade that happened this weekend. There's a great motorcade in Chicago. It was absolutely tremendous. And our members were there connecting with the Russian community locally to be part of the motorcade. That was very, very awesome. And we'll talk about that later in the stream. But anyhow, so we're doing the same format that we always do, which is opening remarks followed by the roll call. And then I answer your questions. And I do not know what is going on with YouTube. I cannot get YouTube to open on my end. And that makes me think there's probably other people that can't get it to open. But if you would like to send me a question, you can send me a Rumble rant on the Rumble, or you can cash at me at CalebMoppin22, send your question, and I will give you an answer. I cannot get YouTube to open. I do not know why that is the case. YouTube will just not open on my browser, and makes me wonder if this is a problem other people are having. Obviously, if you're watching this right now on YouTube, you probably are not having that problem. But it's weird. I cannot get YouTube to just open the page, and that is very, very odd. So, and I see that we're, so anyway, anywho, I'm going to jump into the opening remarks and we'll proceed as always. Why not, right? We'll just proceed with our usual program. So yesterday I had a great chat with Garland Nixon about the Houthis and about Yemen and about how the United States has retreated from the Red Sea. So the United States had an aircraft carrier in the Red Sea that was fighting the Houthis. The Houthis attacked the aircraft carrier. And the USA was essentially trying to break the picket line that the Houthis erected in the Red Sea to protect the Palestinians. Right? The Houthis have said they feel it is their duty to stand with the Palestinians. Israel has been bombing Gaza relentlessly. And when there was a ceasefire, the Houthis lifted their naval blockade, and they said, okay, you're not bombing Gaza. And they lifted their blockade. But then when Israel broke the ceasefire, at the end in February, Israel broke the ceasefire. And at that point, the Houthis resumed their naval blockade of Israel. And they started blocking ships in the Red Sea. Now, the USA then bombed Yemen and began strikes on Yemen with the intention of opening up the Red Sea and ending the Houthis, picket line. I call it a picket line. It was a naval picket line, right? When a business goes on strike, the workers they put a picket line out in front of the business. Picket line means do not cross. And the idea is that they are enforcing a boycott of the business until it recognizes the union and the workers' right to get paid a decent wage. Well, what the Houthis were doing and are doing in the Red Sea is they've got a picket line. They're enforcing a boycott of Israel until the bombing of Gaza ceases. And they feel that this is their obligation. And Donald Trump set out to break their picket line, to break the blockade. And he bombed Yemen. And Donald Trump announced that the bombing of Yemen stopped. And he said the Houthis have agreed not to attack any American ships. But Donald Trump also said that if they proceed to attack Israeli ships, they continue to attack Israel or fight Israel, he said he's fine if that happens. That's a direct quote. He said, I'll be fine if that happens, is what he said when they asked him, what if the Houthis continue to fight against Israel? And basically the Houthis made clear to the United States that they're not going to back down, that they're prepared. And the United States was unable to get them to clear out the Red Sea. And Donald Trump made a decision, it appears, that he didn't want to go all in. He didn't want there to be American boys coming home in body bags just to protect Israel and prevent them from facing a blockade at the hands of the Houthis. Just to enable Israel to keep bombing Gaza. And, so Donald Trump is declaring victory. And he's saying that they agreed not to attack American ships, but that wasn't the stated intent of the U.S. military operation. The stated intent of the U.S. military operation was to clear out the Red Sea, to stop the Houthis from controlling the Red Sea and taking action against Israel. And that hasn't happened, but the USA pulled its aircraft carrier out of the Red Sea, and it looks like the Houthis have been victorious. Now, I did a whole stream yesterday about this with Garland Nixon, and then after the stream, I saw the words of Donald Trump, and I was kind of blown away by how Trump spoke about the Houthis, because Donald Trump has generally referred to the Houthis as terrorists. He designated them as foreign terrorists. But yet this is what Trump, had to say about the Houthis.
I believe that hopefully that's over with. And they'll leave the ships alone, just leave those ships alone. But so we do. We take their word for it. It was, we hit them very hard. They had a great capacity to withstand punishment. They took tremendous punishment. And, you could say there's a lot of bravery there. That it was amazing what they took. But we honor their commitment and their word. They gave us their word that they wouldn't be shooting ships anymore, and we honor that.
Yeah. And he called the Houthis brave. And he said they took a lot of punishment, they endured, and Donald Trump. And this is one thing about Trump that I find to be interesting. Donald Trump is a businessman in New York City. His father, Fred Trump, was a real estate giant. And Donald Trump has dealt with unions. He has dealt with organized crime in New York City, which is a reality of urban political centers and such. And Donald Trump, on some level, really respects strength. And that comes across in his rhetoric. And he sees strength in the Houthis. They've earned his respect as a fighting force to be reckoned with. They are willing to endure. They're willing to make sacrifices. And based on that, Donald Trump is pulling back from the Red Sea. Now, shout out to the person who sent it to me. I didn't see this, but just before the stream started, I saw that Mike Huckabee, who is the U.S. ambassador to Israel, he's a He's a minister and a Republican politician from the state of Arkansas. I've always found Mike Huckabee's speaking style to be very charming. I guess maybe that's because my grandparents were from Missouri, the part of Missouri that's near the Ozark Mountains where he grew up. He's from the Arkansas part of the Ozark Mountains. I don't know. I've always found Mike Huckabee to be very charming. I don't agree with his politics, obviously, especially his pro-Israel stance, but also his general free market conservative stance. But I was kind of blown away to see Mike Huckabee come out and make clear that the he said, quote, "The USA isn't required to get permission from Israel in order to cut a deal with the Houthis." And Israel is furious that Donald Trump made this agreement with the Houthis without consulting Netanyahu, and that Donald Trump agreed to pull the U.S. And their support for the their efforts in the Red Sea, to pull the USA out of the Red Sea and stop bombing Yemen. He agreed to do it without consulting Israel. I think that's tremendous. I think that's great. And I really attribute that to the military strength of the Houthis, their ability to endure. I think is the primary factor there. But I also think that Donald Trump is a bit more independent as a leader than many within the U.S. political establishment. I think Donald Trump is not as controlled and is more self-interested. And that is the main argument that we get against Donald Trump. We're always told Donald Trump is so selfish. Donald Trump is so selfish. And I think if that is true, that's great, because I'd rather have a president who's more concerned with how he's remembered and how he's seen around the world and what his legacy will be than being a team player for empire. And that Kamala Harris is completely controlled by the Israel lobby. Her husband is a literal Israel lobbyist, a member of AIPAC. And Kamala Harris was just completely a manufactured creature of the war machine and of Israel. Whereas Donald Trump is pro-Israel. Donald Trump certainly did horrendous things on behalf of Israel, murdered Qasem Soleimani, moved the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem, did a lot of things that I don't agree with. But Donald Trump has this kind of independent streak to him, whereas he is self-concerned. He wants to be remembered in a certain way. And that's why when it came to the point with Yemen that Donald Trump would have had to put American lives at risk. I mean, we've already seen the USA won't admit that the Houthis have taken any American soldiers' lives. They won't admit that. But they're saying that, planes went down due to technological things. And it's obvious. Okay. It seems very, very obvious that the Houthis have inflicted some casualties on the U.S. military. The U.S. military doesn't want to admit that for a couple reasons. First of all, that would be encouraging to the Houthis that they struck a blow against the United States. Secondly, there would then be political implications, right? If they admit that the Houthis killed some U.S. troops at that point, then if they don't retaliate against the Houthis, it's almost like they're not respecting the military. Well, look, my heart goes out to those members of the military. Anybody who is in our military and loses their life, it's an absolute tragedy. And my heart goes out to them. And it is certainly an outrage that any American would die in the Red Sea to protect Israel bombing Gaza. Israel is committing genocidal murder of the Palestinians, and the fact that American lives would be lost to protect Israel and their ability to carry out such atrocities, that is abominable, right? That's the point of outrage. I'm absolutely furious. The USA should never have been trying to block the picket line, the naval operations of the Houthis in the Red Sea. And it is absolutely outrageous. And my heart goes out to any family member. I'm not happy to see U.S. soldiers killed. Please do not misunderstand me, right? Don't characterize me as supporting the killing of our fighting men and women overseas or wishing ill will toward people in the military. I'm not doing that. But I am outraged that they were placed in a situation where they would die for a cause as evil as the murder of Palestinians, as defending Israel. I'm outraged, and I'm glad that Trump pulled them back and that Trump pulled the aircraft carrier, the USS Truman, out of the Red Sea. And there's a number of factors in here. In my book, one thing that I talk about that isn't widely being raised is that the Red Sea is a natural gas gold mine. And that's one lurking undercurrent of this conflict that is not being widely discussed. But the Red Sea, Egypt has already set up a contract with British Petroleum, and they're starting to look into how much natural gas is under the Red Sea. The Red Sea has got a lot of natural gas underneath it, right? Underneath the ocean floor, the amount of natural gas that's there is massive. And the Houthis, they represent a mass movement in the poorest country in the world. And one of their main demands is they would like to get the oil industry of Yemen going, and they'd like to get Yemen's natural resources to be prosperous. And so that natural gas under the Red Sea is going to be contested. So it's not simply a matter of clearing out the Red Sea in order to prevent the Houthis' naval blockade of Israel. It's going to come up for grabs. There's going to be debate over who owns the natural gas under the Red Sea. That's the next phase of this, right? When it's not an issue of clearing out trade through the Suez Canal and through the Mediterranean, when it becomes an issue of natural gas under the ocean, that's going to be an issue. And how much of it does Yemen get? How much of it does Egypt get? Egypt's already contracted with British Petroleum, and that's a factor that's going to be taken into account as well. So we got to keep that in mind. Energy is big, and energy is part of this. And that, so many of the conflicts in the world are about countries that have a lot of natural resources like oil that are under the domination of Wall Street banks, where they extract that oil and they become very, very wealthy. And the people there are impoverished. Great example is Nigeria. Right? Nigeria is the richest country in Africa in terms of oil, natural resources, right? No African country at this time exports more oil than Nigeria. So Nigeria should be the richest country in Africa, but it ain't so. And in fact, the people of Nigeria live in very extreme poverty because their oil is under the control of ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. And that, yes, Nigeria, the Nigerian state kind of functions as a middleman. And there's a couple billionaires in Nigeria who've, been able to maneuver into getting rich. But for the most part, the Nigerian people live in utter poverty, mass illiteracy, mass malnutrition. It's an impoverished country, even though it is so wealthy in terms of natural resources. Now there was a movement in Nigeria. It's called the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, led by Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki, and they were an Islamic movement of Shia Muslims in Nigeria that were trying to bring about healing, because the Sunni Muslims of Nigeria, many of them have been radicalized by an organization called Boko Haram, which now calls itself ISIS in Africa. It's a terrorist group, a Wahhabi terrorist group that has engaged in a lot of kidnappings and targeted killings against the Christian community. The Christian community of Nigeria, many of the people in that community are so opposed to Boko Haram, and they equate all Islam with Boko Haram. And many of the Christians of Nigeria have become Zionists because they think Muslims are murderers, etc. And so this group, the Islamic Movement of Nigeria, it was led by Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki in Zaria, the region of Zaria. This is a Shia Muslim movement that was working to establish peace and reconciliation between Muslims and Christians. And it was inspired by the Islamic Revolution of Iran. Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki has been to Iran many times. And when I was in Iran back in 2015, I actually attended a conference in Iran that was dedicated to the rights of African Americans. And at that conference, many of the Nigerian students from Zaria, from this Shia Muslim region of Nigeria, they came to the conference. And so I actually gave a speech, a very short speech, to a group of people in Iran and people from the United States who attended the conference. I attended a couple of these different conferences in Iran. The first one that I attended was dedicated to opposing Israel and 9/11 truth. The second one was dedicated to the Black liberation movement in the United States. Leaders of the Nation of Islam were there. There's a woman, Vernelia R. Randall, who's the editor of racism.org. She's a college professor in Ohio, and she's written a lot about the history of racism in the United States. And, there were some Black Lives Matter activists and others, and it was an important conference. And I had the opportunity to speak at that conference in opposition to U.S. imperialism and Zionism. And there were Nigerian Shia Muslims from Zaria that were in the audience. That were there, and I got to meet them and find out that as Nigerians they got a scholarship to study Islam in Iran, and that this movement, the Islamic movement of Nigeria, was demanding that there be public control of oil, so that the oil of Nigeria could go to make a more prosperous country, and they were trying to heal the rift between Muslims and Christians. And that movement, the Islamic movement of Nigeria, has faced heavy persecution from the Nigerian government. And their leader was detained by the Nigerian military. There was a very brutal raid against them right after the Iran nuclear deal was signed in 2015. It was pretty wild. There was a demonstration in New York City where people gathered to support Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki after he was detained. And so it's pretty wild. But again, the issue is that Nigeria's oil is in the hands of Wall Street banks, and the Nigerian people are poor. Now, what used to be the most prosperous country on the African continent, Libya, under the leadership of Gaddafi. Libya, when Gaddafi was running Libya, it had the highest life expectancy in Africa. It had wiped out illiteracy. It had universal employment. It was building the world's largest irrigation system, the Great Man-Made River, because they controlled the oil. And with control of the oil, they had been able to do quite a lot. So it's particularly interesting. I look at that whole situation, and I look at the Houthis as, Ansar Allah, the supporters of God. This is a revolutionary anti-imperialist movement. This is poor people fighting for economic development, fighting for control of their country, fighting against imperialism, and standing in solidarity with the Palestinians against Zionism. And they've created a situation where, we have a president who just doesn't want to go all in. He doesn't want to start a new war. And so when it became clear that it wasn't simply a matter of dropping bombs on Yemen, it was a matter of having to put American lives at risk, et cetera, Donald Trump pulled back. And I think it's great that we have a president who would do that, right? I think it's awful that he bombed Yemen to begin with. I think it's awful the way he's treating the pro-Palestine students right now. But that said, I think it's a great thing that Trump pulled back. And I hope that can lead to the United States delisting the Houthis as terrorists, recognizing that they're not terrorists. They are the government of Yemen at this point. And they represent the Yemeni people in their opposition to Zionism and imperialism. They sit at the center of a coalition that includes the Yemeni Socialist Party, that includes Arab nationalists and others. And I hope that it will also lead to the United States at this point recognizing the Yemeni government and lifting sanctions and acknowledging that they are the government. And that's my hope. I don't know, if that will be the ultimate result, but I certainly hope it is. And that, this is part of the new world. I mean, the Houthis are a mass movement. Now, a lot is happening right now. There's a whole new economy in the world right now with Russia, with China, and we are now headed toward a big gathering, a major gathering of that economy of the new world. The new world is having basically a convention, but it's a parade. It's a gathering to commemorate the victory over fascism in the Second World War. And right now in Russia, the leaders of Iran are in Russia, leaders of Venezuela, Maduro is in Russia, the leader of Cuba is in Russia, President Ibrahim Traore of Burkina Faso is in Russia right now, President Xi Jinping of China is in Russia, the president of Vietnam is in Russia. Lukashenko, Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, is in Russia. And, the whole anti-imperialist world is gathering for the Victory Day parade that is set to start pretty soon. We're on a different schedule. We're on Eastern time, New York time here in New York. So we're at a certain time, but it's in a matter of hours that Victory Day parade will take place. And it's going to be huge. It's a huge parade that will include the military of many different countries that were part of the fight against fascism in the Second World War. And, it's a moment of pride for Russia that they were key in the defeat of the Nazis. And it's the 80-year anniversary of the defeat of fascism. I did want to say I noticed that the Cuban president, Manuel Diaz-Canel, he is in Russia, and he gave an interview to RT. And I just want to show you some of what the Cuban president had to say in his interview. This is a clip from his interview that he gave while he's in Moscow.
Pues yo creo que tenemos que una vez más entonces potenciar esa convicción de que hay que ir a la historia, que tenemos que salvar la memoria histórica, que la memoria histórica es vital. Por lo tanto, no nos podemos quedar quietos. Yo creo que hay que partir de profundizar en la educación en todo el mundo, desde el conocimiento de la historia, de esa historia universal y de esa historia vista desde las ópticas de cada uno de los países, pero asumiendo un pensamiento crítico. Cuando no hay un pensamiento crítico, lo que te ponen en una serie de Netflix, lo que te ponen en una película de Hollywood, lo que viene en un libro desde Occidente, no te permite entonces separar la mentira, separar la calumnia, separar la manipulación. En aquella época la respuesta la dio la Unión Soviética. No rendirse, luchar heroicamente y vencer. Cuba ha dado una respuesta. Más de 65 años de bloqueo recrudecido en estos tiempos y no renunciamos a nuestras convicciones. Rusia ha enfrentado con dignidad y con una respuesta propia los afanes expansionistas y de injerencia de la OTAN, y ha también enfrentado con una estabilidad política y económica tremenda en el país.
Yeah. And that's the Cuban president explaining about anti-imperialism and about endurance and what these countries have been up against. And there was a gathering of the Cuban president and the Venezuelan president at the statue in Moscow of Simón Bolívar. All right, Simón Bolívar is the anti-colonial hero of South America who liberated South America from the Spanish colonizers. And there's a statue of him that is located in Moscow. And Nicolas Maduro and the Cuban president, Diaz-Canel, they were there celebrating, and there was hundreds of people there with them at a wreath-laying ceremony. And there was a big dinner that happened tonight already, where it appears that all the different heads of state that are in Moscow for the big gathering attended. And Russia and China signed a special agreement. I saw that. There was an agreement between Russian media and Chinese media that was signed. There was also an agreement, that neither Russia nor China will allow the history of the Second World War to be eroded. They will stand for that. Because the reason it's really important that they gather in Moscow for this Victory Day parade is because there's just a huge effort to rewrite history. And it's absolutely infuriating. But most Americans do not know that the United States and the Soviet Union were allies in World War II. Lots of Americans don't know that the United States and China and Mao were allies in World War II. Many people just don't know that. And there's been so much of a propaganda effort to equate the Soviet Union with Nazi Germany and say that they were the same kind of system. That it has gotten to the point that the Soviet Union gave 27 million lives in the fight against fascism, but yet that has been erased from American memory. And that Americans think that the Soviet Union, was on the opposite side because there's just been so much propaganda. And that's why this book, it's a lot of articles that I've written over the years on this topic. We decided we had to release this book, The Battle for Soviet History and Why It Matters. And we put this out, so we could have a piece of writing specifically on this topic. And it's got quite a bit in it about these issues that I've written over the years. I've written a lot about this because there's just been a huge effort to erode this from America's memory to prevent us from knowing what our country did and what side, who was on what side during the Second World War. And so we decided to put that out, and it's very, very important. And so I hope that you all pay attention, watch the parade online, and don't let American media gloss over the very, very, very important gathering that is happening in Moscow as we speak, really, but it really gets going tomorrow. Tomorrow is the big day. Tomorrow, May 9th, is Victory Day, or we call it in America VE Day, Victory in Europe, because Japan didn't surrender yet. It was the day the Nazis were defeated. Berlin was taken, the Reichstag was stormed. So I hope you all pay attention to it. It's a very, very, very important day. And, I hope that you tune in and watch the videos on international media. And it's a moment of pride for Russia. And it's really, really important for Russia right now because the people that they're fighting in Ukraine don't agree with this. They don't agree that the victory in World War II was a great moment. The national hero of the US-backed government in Ukraine is Stepan Bandera. And Stepan Bandera is a Nazi collaborator. He was a Ukrainian who didn't like the Soviet Union, who got support and weapons and funding from the Nazis to fight against the Soviet Union during World War II. And there are pictures of him everywhere. And he is the national hero of the Ukrainians that are fighting against Russia. Ever since the USA toppled the Ukrainian government in 2014 and installed a fanatically anti-Russian government, they have been celebrating the Nazis in World War II. Meanwhile, they have outlawed celebrations on this day, on May 9th. In Ukraine, it's not legal to celebrate victory in Europe Day or Victory Day because it's considered to be too pro-Russian. And they have actually destroyed World War II memorials all across Ukraine. Now, you would never know this if you watched American media. They just like to cover this up. And it's so crazy because American media, you watch MSNBC, they're constantly hyping people up about Nazis, Nazis, Nazis. Everyone's a Nazi. But yet there are actual Nazis in Ukraine marching with torchlit marches, celebrating an actual Nazi collaborator who rounded up Jews and put them in concentration camps, a guy named Stepan Bandera, and tearing down World War II memorials because they're not happy that Hitler was defeated. I mean, you've got literal Nazis in Ukraine. And that is this blind spot. Oh, that just doesn't count. That just doesn't count. Or they try to say you're racist. You're racist if you say that Ukrainian. No, we're not calling the Ukrainian people Nazis. The Ukrainian people were some of the most heroic anti-fascist fighters. But the people that have been imposed to be their leaders by the West as a result of the Euromaidan coup, they are Nazis. They are Nazis, and they are admirers of the Nazis. And just because Zelensky happens to be Jewish, their leader, that doesn't take away from the reality that his military has a division called the Azov Battalion that are openly Nazi and sympathetic with the Nazis. And I mean, you can't have your cake and eat it too. And that's the crazy thing, right? They want to justify all the crimes of Israel. And they say, well, look, the Holocaust and the Nazis were so bad, even though the Palestinians had nothing to do with it, that makes it okay whatever Israel does. Israel has to defend itself. Look how bad what the Nazis did was. And that makes whatever Israel does okay. But then, right, then they can turn around and promote actual Nazis and actual Hitler apologists in Ukraine, and somehow, the Nazi, phobia, the Nazi, obsession doesn't apply. And the same happens here in the United States. It is the very same liberals who want to send billions of dollars to Ukraine at the same time that they insist everybody's a Nazi. They say Donald Trump is a Nazi. They say that Christians who don't believe in abortion are Nazis. They say that, people who don't agree with gay marriage are Nazis. Everyone's a Nazi. If you disagree with liberals, you're a Nazi unless you're actually a Nazi in Ukraine. And that double standard is infuriating, and it should be infuriating, right? That the label of Nazi gets pinned on everyone except for the actual Nazis being supported by the United States. And there's just such an effort to erode the history of the Second World War. In this book, I have essays where I draw from the work of Grover Furr, and others. And I particularly go after Dr. Timothy Snyder. Dr. Timothy Snyder is the head of Russian studies at Yale University. And he wrote an entire book called Blood Lies, where he argues that the Soviet Union was worse than Nazi Germany in the Second World War. And Dr. Grover Furr, who is a friend of mine, a professor at Montclair State University, he speaks Russian, and he's gone and he's looked at the Soviet archives, and he said this does not match what Timothy Snyder says. He cites papers that don't say what he says. Timothy Snyder falsified research. He engaged in academic fraud to write this book, Blood Lies, that equates Nazi Germany with the Soviet Union, says the Soviet Union was worse than the Nazis. The whole point of his book is to say that you shouldn't celebrate communist, anti-Nazi fighters in World War II because they were just as bad, because the Soviet Union was just as bad as the Nazis. They weren't. That is a lie. But yet this is widely promoted in the United States. And you will hear people say on television over and over again, the Nazis or Stalin was worse than Hitler. And that based on what? Right? We all know that generally the main crime attributed to the Nazis is they rounded up people upon the basis of their race, took them to camps, gassed them to death for their race or religion. Now, what did the Soviet Union do that is anywhere near that? Right? Will you tell me, well, they had a famine. There was a famine in which these people starved. Well, a bad economic policy, right? Mismanaging agriculture is not the same as rounding up people on the basis of their race and gassing them. That's not the same thing. And there were famines all the time before the communists came to power, and they're the ones that built the tractors, and they're the ones that mechanized agriculture and built the modern farming system of the Soviet Union. So how does that work, right? And then they say, well, Caleb, there were gulags in the Soviet Union, and those were the same as Hitler's concentration camps. How is that when there were no gas chambers in the gulags? Right? The gulags, people were not gassed to death. And in fact, most people who went to gulags got out after a year or two. And in fact, the total number of people who were put in gulags is less than a few 100,000. And there's actually more people by numbers and percentage in America's prison system right now than there were in the Soviet gulags. And most of the people who were in gulags lived to tell the tale. Now, during the Second World War, when there were food shortages all throughout the country in the middle of the war, yes, the people that were in the prison system, they obviously didn't get priority in getting food, and that was a little bit different. But the idea that the gulags were the equivalent of Nazi death camps, that doesn't add up by numbers, by conditions, by reality. That doesn't match. And then they say, well, Caleb, they engaged in an ethnic cleansing. This is a common one. They engaged in forced deportations and ethnic cleansing. Well, you do remember that the Soviet Union was invaded and 27 million people died in the Second World War. And that during that war, they did have a military policy of moving people around on the basis of their nationality. Because certain nationalities had a number, like, for example, the Ukrainians. There was a large number of Ukrainians that signed up with Stepan Bandera and fought the Soviet Union. And so in areas where Stepan Bandera's anti-Soviet, pro-Nazi fighting force was, they moved everybody out. They moved the Ukrainians out of the area to prevent them from being in the middle of a conflict zone, right? And Chechens, they're an Islamic group in Russia that is an ethnic minority that is very Muslim. There was a pro-Nazi insurgency among them. They moved a lot of Chechens out of the regions that they'd lived. Again, this is in the context of a war where 27 million people lost their lives. It's not a good thing to do, obviously. And obviously you would want to avoid moving people around on the basis of their race or religion. But this is a military situation where millions of lives are on the line, and you don't know who's on your side and who's not. And the Nazis were recruiting certain ethnic groups that had a grudge against certain other ethnic groups and were manipulating things. And so there was a lot of moving the population around in the process of a war. In a military situation, the kinds of decisions that you have to make, are very different than what you would do. It's not like Stalin was sitting there and saying, well, I don't like Chechens. Let's forcibly deport them. I don't like them. I don't like Ukrainians. Forcibly. It's not what was going on. There was a war going on. This wasn't done as a matter of convenience. This wasn't done as a matter of personal, hatred or discrimination. This was done in the context of a war. So it's a little bit different. You can say it was wrong, and you can say the same thing about their agricultural policies. You can say the same thing about the Gulag system. I'm not saying any of this was good. It was all very bad. And if you were forcibly deported, or if you were put in a gulag, or one of your family members was forcibly deported or put in a gulag, or if you were in a situation where you didn't have food, it's all very, very bad. And I don't want to make light of any of that stuff. But you can't equate that with what Hitler did. You just can't, right? If we accept the premise that, is widely accepted in our world, that Hitler rounded up people on the basis of their religion, being Jewish, being Romanian, or being Gypsy, Roma, being disabled, and gassed them to death. I'm sorry, that's just not anything that anyone has been able to accuse the Soviet Union of doing. And that, whatever accusations you want to make, but yet that is the standard narrative in American discourse. And it's a way of trying to denigrate the heroic sacrifice that the Soviet people made in the Second World War. Now, another common lie, common rhetorical distortion is that in 1939, there was a temporary non-aggression pact between Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union. Why? Because the Soviet Union had been trying to build a global alliance against the Nazis since 1935. And the Western countries hadn't gone along with it. And Spain was overthrown by an ally of the Nazis, General Franco, and only the Soviet Union and Mexico, they were the only two countries in the world that dared to support Spain. And when the Spanish Republic, the elected government of Spain, was finally defeated and the Spanish Civil War was over, and Franco, the fascist dictator aligned with the Nazis, took power in Spain. At that point, the Soviet Union said, okay, we can't wait for America and Britain and France to make a deal with us any longer. We've got to find a way to buy some time before the Nazis attack us. They took over Spain already. They're going to attack us next. And so they signed a non-aggression pact. It wasn't an alliance. It was a non-aggression pact in 1939 where they drew a line down the middle of Europe, and they said, we will not move our armies. The Soviet will not move their army past this line, and the Nazis will not move their army past this line. And the Nazis were the ones who broke it. And the Nazis launched World War II by invading Poland. And it is commonly alleged that the Soviet Union and the Nazis invaded Poland together. And that is false. Why? Because the Polish government has never declared war against the Soviet Union. The Polish government was invaded by the Nazis. They fled to London, and the Polish government in exile never condemned the Soviet Union, never declared war against the Soviet Union. They only condemned and declared war against the Nazis. The Nazis invaded Poland, and they moved their forces right up to the line. And the communists then, because they saw the Nazis right up next to that line, they moved their forces right up to the line. And then they shook hands. They said, we got a pact now, don't we? It wasn't a joint invasion. That was not what happened. It was the Nazis invaded Poland, and the Soviet Union said, you can't cross that line. And they moved their forces right up to that line. And then eventually the Nazis did then attack and invade the Soviet Union. But they were trying to prevent that from happening. They were trying to hold it off. The Soviet Union also moved its forces into Finland to try and hold off the Nazi invasion, right? I mean, the Soviet Union knew the Nazis would eventually invade them, but they were trying to buy time as much as they possibly could. And the fact that pact happened, I mean, that does not make the Soviet Union responsible for any of the crimes of Hitler. I mean, and that is absurd. So based on that pact, and based on a lot of other things, people try to denigrate what the peoples of the USSR went through. And it's deeply wrong. It's deeply wrong that they're doing this. And that's why this parade, this gathering in Moscow, it's happening in a matter of hours, is so important. It's historic. It's important on the 80th anniversary of the defeat of Hitler. It's important that all of the anti-imperialist countries come together and say, we will not forget that the main fighting force, the main battering ram in defeating the Nazis was the Soviet Union, and also the Chinese. The Chinese people, they had two armies. They had the nationalist KMT army, and then they had the Eighth Route Army, which was the communist army. And those two armies fought Japan all across China. They fought Japan, and they liberated territory and etc. And the Korean people heroically fought against the Japanese occupiers. There's just so many heroic struggles that took place, and that's been forgotten. The people of Yugoslavia, they were occupied by the Nazis, and they formed an anti-fascist army led by Tito, and they heroically drove the Nazis out of Yugoslavia. The people of Albania, they were occupied by the Nazis, and they formed a national resistance army led by Enver Hoxha and Albania, and they drove out the Nazis as well. And there's many heroic communists who fought in the Second World War. There's actually a book I have. Do I have it here? There's a book called People on Our Side. Do I have that book? Where is it? Do I have People on Our Side? There's a book called People on Our Side that was published during the Second World War by Edgar Snow. Do I have a copy of People on Our Side? I don't think I have my copy of it, but somewhere I've got a copy of a book called People on Our Side by Edgar Snow. Edgar Snow was the first journalist to ever interview Mao Zedong. He was a guy from Missouri, a journalist from Missouri, attended the Missouri School of Journalism, learned to speak Chinese, and he moved to China, and he interviewed Mao. And he was the first person ever to interview Mao, and he was the last person to ever interview Mao. And he wrote a book called Red Star Over China that was a best-selling book about Mao and the Red Army. It was a huge public relations victory for Chinese communism, because it was this best-selling book in the English-speaking world all about Mao and the Red Army. And then Mao's final interview that he gave before he died in the 1970s was also given to Edgar Snow, and he published a book that was published after Edgar Snow died. It's called The Long Revolution, and it had Mao's final interview in it, and it's the interview that Mao gave before he died. So the first and last person ever to interview Mao Zedong, Edgar Snow, he wrote this very, very beautiful book called People on Our Side, People's on Our Side, during the Second World War, about the role of communist organizations in fighting fascism. And he talks about the people of India and their fight against Hitler, and the communist-led resistance anti-Hitler fighting force in India. And he talks about the people of Vietnam and their fight, and Ho Chi Minh, how he fought against Japan, and that it's quite a powerful bit of writing that Edgar Snow put together. So yeah, Edgar Snow, the American journalist, I would recommend his work on that topic. Yeah, but that's why the Soviet Union is doing this. Look, I am at the point where I realize that the Marxist ideology has some fundamental problems with it, right? That it doesn't recognize the belief in a higher power and spirituality. It's kind of reduces things in an economic determinist way. It doesn't take into account the spiritual aspect of things. And I realize that the Soviet way of doing things, the Soviet model, is not coming back. But I still am an anti-imperialist, and I still admire everything that the people of the Soviet Union and the people of the various Marxist anti-imperialist countries, I admire everything that they've achieved. And we're always told in the United States, communism never accomplished anything, etc. And that's just a lie. And I cannot retreat from that obvious history, that socialism raised millions of people out of poverty, defeated the Nazis, invented space travel. This is reality. And this should be celebrated, and this should be upheld. And that, that history is so important. And that history, covering that history up is something that the Zionists and the imperialists really need to do, because it points to the fact that they don't have a right to rule. If the people of the world can accomplish so much with an economy that is rationally planned, If they can defeat fascism, if they can accomplish so much, then we don't need to be ruled by the big bankers and monopolies. We don't need to be ruled by the globalists. Imperialism should not be running the world. And it's a very strong argument against the rule of the world by Wall Street in London. And it's a big argument in favor of the new economy of Russia and China and Iran and Venezuela and Cuba and the new multipolar world that is emerging. And they want that argument to be drowned out. They don't want people to be aware of all that has been accomplished in countries that have broken out of imperialist domination and rationally organized their economies. They want to obscure that history. And that's why it's important for us to push back. We've got to push back, and we've got to challenge these narratives that obscure the reality of the Second World War. So I wanted to talk about that tonight. That's something that it's very, very important to speak on. I also wanted to mention a couple more things while we're here. One thing I wanted to mention is that we have a new pope. For those in our audience that are Roman Catholic, I will congratulate you on the fact that we have a new pope. And this pope that we have is the first pope who is American, a U.S.-born pope. The first U.S.-born pope has been selected. And that this pope is anti-Trump. They picked an anti-Donald Trump pope, which is mixed, right? I am certainly not in favor of how Trump is treating immigrant workers. I don't have a problem with him deporting gangs and drug cartels, but when it comes to, making immigrant communities more afraid, I'm not in favor of that. I'm certainly in favor of due process. The anti-Trump thing has a double-edged sword, right? Trump derangement syndrome is not good. And it seems like this new pope is coming into office as somebody who's kind of embracing Trump derangement syndrome. He's embracing kind of the hysteria against Trump. He gave his opening speech in Italian and in Spanish, but not in English, to make a point, and that he's called out and opposed Trump before, and that the Vatican is taking a pretty solid move against not just Donald Trump, but against the new right in Europe, against the Alternative for Deutschland party, the Alternative for Germany, AfD party in Germany, against Brexit in Britain, against Marine Le Pen and her National Front in France. That seems to be the Catholic Church is positioning itself that way, but not necessarily, because it's complicated. Because the last pope, he also, said things about Palestine that were quite dramatic. And from what I understand, he wanted the Pope Mobile, the vehicle that he drove around, to be used to deliver medical aid in Gaza. And that was his final wish, from what I understand. Also, the Pope, the last Pope, Pope Francis, who died, he made a point of condemning the murder of Dari Dugina, the young woman who I met on a number of occasions, the daughter of Alexander Dugin, who was ruthlessly murdered by the Ukrainians. He made a point of condemning her murder and saying a prayer, and that was certainly something that wouldn't be done by someone who's pandering to the anti-Russian sentiments. Again, the Catholic Church is an evolving institution that at this point is largely not a first world entity. All right, the Catholic Church at this point is largely overwhelming majority Asian folks in Asia, African folks in Africa, South American, Central American folks. And for the first time in its history, the Catholic Church is dominated by forces that are outside the Western world. The Catholic Church, when it originated, it was an entity through which, as the Roman Empire deteriorated, it was the entity through which the Western Roman Empire remained kind of united by religion. So the Roman Empire, right, became Christianized under Constantine, right? And Constantine converted to Christianity. Then I believe it was, Justin the apostate, or whoever came after him was the apostate and was a pagan. And then after that, Rome was thoroughly Christianized, and then Rome started deteriorating, and then the Roman Empire divided between the Western Empire and the Byzantine Empire. The Byzantine Empire, the church then split, and the church of the Byzantine Empire became the Orthodox Church, and the Western Roman Empire became the Catholic Church. And the Vatican, very interestingly, played the role, and I think this is fascinating, of the Temple at Delphi. Right, the Temple at Delphi was an institution that existed in the Mediterranean. That, prior to the rise of European civilization, prior to the rise of Christianity, you had first a civilization spring up in Athens and in Greece, and in Athens and in Sparta and many of the city-states located on the Mediterranean, Alexandria and all that. You had city-states emerging that often went to war with each other and battled. And there was a need for some kind of institution that would act as a middleman, that would facilitate negotiations, etc. So there's an island called Delphi. And on the island of Delphi, they built a temple, the Temple at Delphi, and it's located in the center of the Mediterranean. In Delphi, they had a temple where they had virgin women, who they believed had, spiritual power, and they could make prophecies. And all the kings from around the Mediterranean would go to Delphi and get prophecies from the oracles. There was these virgin women who would they would be drugged up. They would drug them up with hallucinogens. And the priesthood would escort the kings in to see the oracles, and she would be drugged up and she'd start babbling, and then the priesthood would translate what the oracle was saying. And the Temple at Delphi was kind of the first United Nations. It was the center. It was said to be a place where divine authority, the power, the divine authority, the voice of the gods was delivered. And it was it was like the first Vatican, except it wasn't Christian, it was pagan. And it was the center of the modern world, and it didn't take sides because it wanted every king from around the Mediterranean to come and get its knowledge. So it would give very vague prophecies, that were very, very vague and didn't take sides. And it was where all the great kings would come. And it was an intelligence gathering hub. They would do all kinds of research. They would, gather all kinds of information. And it was a place where disputes were mediated and treaties were made. And Delphi, with its, the priesthood that were men, the priesthood of Delphi, and then the virgin women who did the babbling, they ran kind of what was the center of the world when the world was centered around the Mediterranean. And the Temple at Delphi was very, it couldn't just blatantly take sides. One thing that the Temple of Delphi promoted, was it promoted Socrates, and it enabled, the knowledge and the teachings of Plato and his teacher Socrates to be circulated throughout the world. They promoted Socrates. And they also, the Temple at Delphi, they made a point of transitioning the world from being centered around Greece to being centered around Rome. And that the Roman Empire was gradually emerging. Rome is a city-state on the Italian peninsula. And for some reason, the priesthood at Delphi really liked the Romans. And so as, the Temple at Delphi began to operate when the Romans, or when Greece and Athens was the center of the world, and they gradually transitioned the world to be under the domination of the Romans. The Vatican was like a new version of the Temple at Delphi, because the Pope was the voice of God on earth, but he didn't take sides, right? He didn't favor any king over any other, and they all bowed before him as their Pope, and he was the voice of God on earth. And the Vatican was like a new Temple at Delphi. And as the Western Roman Empire deteriorated, and you got, the various kings of Europe, and Europe, fractured after the fall of the Roman Empire. And, you got, independent governments and, monarchies. Charlemagne was, he had a very big chunk of Europe he controlled, and you had independent principalities throughout Europe. And as Europe was breaking into smaller pieces, the Vatican was the mediator. It was the place that all the kings of Europe would go to, and it would mediate disputes and make treaties, etc. And the Vatican was very much, I mean, there's no question that the Vatican was modeled on the temple at Delphi. And in fact, I mean, the Romans set up the Vatican, and they had been brought into power by the temple at Delphi. It was a Christian version of the temple at Delphi. And the Catholic Church and the Christian religion was the one thing that held together Western European civilization. All these kings and monarchs would fight against each other. And the fall of the Roman Empire, as I pointed out to people, it was not a good thing. People say that the fall of the Roman Empire was a good thing. It was not, right? Rome was awful. Rome was absolutely awful, but it wasn't replaced by something higher. It was replaced by a great historical regression. And the fall of the Roman Empire resulted in, the human life expectancy significantly decreasing, the population of Europe significantly dropping, the height of human beings going down by inches even. It resulted in a huge amount of instability. And much of the knowledge that the Roman Empire had acquired was destroyed. A lot of the historical records, a lot of the scientific data was destroyed. It was a huge defeat for historical progress when the Roman Empire was overturned. It was replaced by chaos and various tribes in Europe battling each other, the Visigoths and the Ostrogoths and the Vandals and the Gauls and all these ethnic tribes fighting each other, and Vikings and all kinds of stuff. The Vatican was an attempt to hold on to some of the stability of the Roman Empire. The priesthood, for example, the priests of the Catholic Church spoke Latin, and Latin was the Roman language. And that was one language that in all of Europe, up in Britain, in Ireland, down in Italy, in France, and Germany, all of Europe, all the priests learned to read and write the same language, Latin, because the Catholic Church, their language was Latin. And so that was one language that all the educated people could have, and they could all communicate. They may have their own domestic language, but then they were all communicating in Latin, and records were kept in Latin. And Latin was the language of the sciences. Even up to today, you'll notice that every species has their regular name, and then they have a Latin name that's their official name, that is their name in every language, so that everyone knows what species you're talking about. There's a Latin name for every plant and for every animal, and that comes back from the Vatican, right? That's the Vatican's tradition. And the Vatican upheld feudalism in Europe, and the Roman Empire had Christianized the modern world, had Christianized Europe, and then the Vatican was like one attempt to hold Europe together, modeled on the temple at Delphi. And the Dark Ages, when we talk about the Dark Ages, what was the Dark Ages? The Dark Ages was the period in which Europe was declining, becoming less stable, the population was going down, etc. And a lot of that had to do with institutions that were trying to hold back growth. And I honestly don't know why that is. I don't understand it. But, at the time that Europe was ruled by the Vatican, before the Reformation began, there was a huge effort to prevent science, to prevent scientific research, and to hold back technological progress. For example, in feudalism, right, every job, right, most people were serfs, right, peasants, and then you had the nobility. And then you had, and your position, you were born into it. Peasants were born from, if you had peasant parents, you were a peasant, right? If you had a king father, you would be a prince, maybe a king yourself. If you had a noble father, you'd be a noble. But also that applied to the skilled trades, craftsmen, right? Blacksmiths, bricklayers, all the carpenters, right? You have to have certain levels of craftsmen. But the craftsmen were all organized into guilds. And one of the rules of the guilds was that it was a crime to change the nature of the craft. So if you were a blacksmith and you developed a method of beating metal, melting metal, and working with metal that was more efficient than the way people were doing it. If you were caught changing the methods of blacksmithing, you would be kicked out of the guild, and you might have to become a peasant. You might be killed. It was a crime to change the technology. Right. So you had all of the crafts, they forbid scientific advancement in the crafts because that was considered a sin. Also, there was, the crime of heresy. If you questioned the teachings of the Catholic Church, you were burned at the stake. All of Europe, they had various different religions. Every local region had their own customs, their own beliefs, the pagan practices. And when the Roman Empire Christianized Europe, it became very much totalitarian. You adopt our religion and you follow the teachings of the Catholic Church, you get burned at the stake. And there were many people who were executed, not even for opposing Christianity, but for having an interpretation of Christianity that went against what the Pope wanted. There were mass executions of Gnostic Christians. And there was a form of Christianity that emerged within the Roman Empire, the early church, called Gnosticism. And Gnostics were burned at the stake. They were heretics. And there were other various heretics that emerged, priests and others who would come up with an idea that the Pope would not agree with, and they would be executed. And that was to prevent discourse. What was going on was that feudalism is a very, very low, it's a very, very low mode of production. You don't produce that much food without technology. It's subsistence farming. And in order to hold feudalism together, the population can't get too large, because if the population increases based on the feudal system, it's not going to work. And so there was a huge effort to keep the population low, to keep people stupid, keep people from inventing new things. It was like a war on technological progress that was being waged. And the Catholic Church is not a universal entity. Let's point this out, right? There were sections of the Catholic Church that resisted this, right? Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo. And there were people who managed, to get permission and get support. And there were monarchs that did allow historical advancement. One of those monarchs was King Henry VIII, right? He was a big believer in scientific progress and artistic progress. And King Henry VIII was eventually kicked out of the Catholic Church officially for getting divorced, but it was really because he believed in historical progress. The Tudor monarchy, the Tudors, the house in Britain, they were believers in historical progress. And there were various factions within the Catholic Church that were in favor of historical progress, but largely the feudal order could not allow historical progress. One big event that is very important, that says a lot. This event is really important to understand. It's important for a number of reasons. First of all, because a lot of crazy conspiracy theorists talk about it and talk about it all wrong, number one. And number two, it points to Islam and the important role played by Islam. Is that one of the key moments in the Catholic Church and it becoming kind of outmoded and eventually setting the stage for the Protestant Reformation was the Crusades, right? So what happened, right, is, again, they're in feudalism. In order to keep the feudal system intact, you're constantly having to keep the population down. So what was one of the things that the Catholic Church did is it launched a holy war against Muslims to retake Jerusalem. The Vatican decided that, the Jerusalem, the city where, Jesus lived, where Jesus was crucified, it was under the control of the Muslims. And there was this feeling that, the Muslims, they shouldn't have control over Jerusalem. So they called up an army from all across Europe. And they had an army go and take Jerusalem. It was called the Crusade. And there were a number of these crusades, and thousands of people died so that Christianity could seize Jerusalem. Muslims call it Al-Quds, to seize Jerusalem from the Muslims. And it was this holy war. It was a crusade called by the Vatican, and thousands of poor people were rounded up and had swords and knives and guns put in their hands, or no guns. There was no guns back then, but swords and spears put into their hands and had to go fight. And it was an effort to deal with rising population in Europe. They didn't want to have social unrest from the rising population, so they had all kinds of people go there. And the Crusades were very horrible, and it involved mass slaughter of Muslims. But what happened? So the Pope created a special monastic order. This is fascinating to me. In order to wage the Crusades, the guys that they had lead the Crusades were called the Knights Templar, right? And they were a special group of knights they were monks who fought. They were knight monks, right? And they were, they had to take a vow of chastity to never get married, and they had a special uniform with they wore chainmail with a bright red cross on it, and they were the Knights Templar. And the Knights Templar, they were this group of monks, this group of priests or monks that went and fought to retake Jerusalem. And they went, and then after, when Jerusalem was seized, they occupied it to make sure that the Muslims didn't retake it, etc. But they were in Palestine, right? That was Palestine that they were occupying. And the Arab world had gone through the Islamic Enlightenment. And when the Prophet Muhammad and the Caliphate was running the Muslim world, they were having great scientific achievements in astronomy, in mathematics, in so many ways. They were making great breakthroughs. And even though the Knights Templar were there fighting the Muslims, they absorbed this knowledge. And they were bringing the knowledge, the scientific knowledge of the Arab world back to Europe. And that's what they were doing. And they when they came back to Europe after their time, they would bring with them the science and the breakthroughs, the astronomy, the mathematics. They were bringing back great achievements that had come from the Islamic world. And they were bringing it back. And eventually, the Catholic Church had to kill them all. And so the way that the Crusades ended was the Pope killed all the Knights Templar and had them all burned at the stake for heresy. And it was understood that the Knights Templar, they were passing on knowledge and scientific wisdom, etc. And they were bringing, Islamic concepts into Europe, or things that were tainted by Islam. And so the Pope had all the Knights Templar burned at the stake and killed. That was a moment where it became very clear the Catholic Church was not going to allow for scientific knowledge. Now, a lot of people, it's wild. They look into what the Knights Templar were accused of doing, and they develop conspiracy theories, and they think the Masons are the Knights Templar and all kinds of stuff. But it's like the issue was they were bringing back science with them, and that it couldn't be allowed, and that they were doing that, and that was something that was pretty wild. There's a lot written about the Bavarian Illuminati, right? In Bavaria, which was a Catholic country, there was some kind of secret society that existed where they were passing on scientific knowledge, and eventually they were caught, and they were people who were involved in it were killed. On Masonry, in Britain and France and in Scotland, you had the rise of Masonry as kind of a secret society that was very anti-Catholic. And the Protestant Reformation that started in Germany with Martin Luther and eventually spread throughout Europe. The Protestant Reformation was largely a demand that the Catholic Church not have the absolute total authority that it had, right? That was what it largely began as. It was, and the big moment was, when King Henry VIII, he wanted to get divorced, and the Pope would not annul his marriage, and so he formed the Church of England, his own church that broke away from the Catholic Church. And then Sir Thomas More, who was one of his advisors, who was a loyal priest, he wouldn't go along with it, so he cut off the head of Sir Thomas More. The Catholic priest who was one of his top advisors. King Henry VIII killed him. Sir Thomas More wrote a book that many people refer to. The word utopia, right, comes from a novel, a fictional book that was written by Sir Thomas More. And Sir Thomas More seemed to understand that feudalism was very unfair to peasants. And so he wrote a book about building some kind of egalitarian society where the peasants would be treated fairly. Utopia by Sir Thomas More. And Thomas More, I mean, he was a Catholic priest who was very concerned with social justice and was very close to King Henry VIII. But then when King Henry VIII left the church, as a loyal Catholic, he couldn't go along with it. So King Henry VIII killed him. And Thomas More is considered an important pivotal figure in British history, and his death is considered to be rather tragic. But it was because he was a loyal Catholic, and King Henry VIII broke with the Catholic Church. You had Martin Luther was in Germany, and then you had in Switzerland you had Ulrich Zwingli. When I was in junior high school, I was in my church, and my church that I grew up in was the United Church of Christ, but we were descended from, it was a merger of the Swiss Reformed Church and the Congregational Church. And so I ended up writing a play about Ulrich Zwingli, the founder of the Swiss Reformed Church. So I know quite a bit about Ulrich Zwingli, and I did a lot of research on Ulrich Zwingli, the founder of the Swiss Reformed Church, who was a Catholic priest who got married and ate sausage during Lent, and was the leader of the Protestant Reformation in Switzerland. Ulrich Zwingli, and then when you talk about like the 100 Years' War, right? I mean that there was war between Catholics and Protestants all across Europe. There was war caused by the Protestant Reformation. And then there was war between Protestants and Protestants. So I guess Ulrich Zwingli, who I wrote this play about when I was a kid, it was just something I did, right? In the church youth group, we acted out a play about Ulrich Zwingli. But Ulrich Zwingli, right, he was a Protestant who broke with the Catholic Church, founded the Swiss Reformed Church, but he believed in baptizing babies. And this is very interesting. So he believed in baptizing infants, because the idea was that if you're not baptized, you'll go to hell, right? If you're not baptized. And so as soon as a baby's born, you got to sprinkle water on its head. If a baby might die in the womb, they would like put water, like they had a way of baptizing a baby before it was born in order to make sure it could go to heaven, in case it might have died in childbirth. Like there were baptizing babies was a central part of what the Catholic Church did, because they believed if you were not baptized, you could not go to heaven, right? Because when you're baptized, you're accepted into the family of Christ. There was a group of people in Germany and in Switzerland who emerged, and they said, wait a second, you can't get baptized when you're a baby, because when you're a baby, you can't make a decision to be a Christian. You can't accept Christ as a baby. You're just a baby. And they were called Anabaptists. And they argued that you couldn't be baptized until you were sexually mature, until you were 14, they said, until you had gone through adolescence, really. They wouldn't say that, but until you were a teenager, you couldn't accept Christ. And that if you died before then, if you died as a baby, or you died when you were 5 or 6, you would go to heaven because you were innocent in the eyes of God. You had not yet reached the age of maturity in which you could be you could be damned to hell. And the Anabaptists emerged, and they said, you can only be baptized once you're a certain age. And that was considered to be a big affront, because they were saying, don't baptize babies. Baptizing babies was false. And Ulrich Zwingli, the founder of the Swiss Reformed Church, was very violent, very, very violent to the Anabaptists. And he executed them in mass by drowning them, tying them to logs and submerging the logs under the water. Because it was considered that they were, preventing people from going to heaven by not allowing babies to be baptized. And that was considered to be, quite an abominable crime. And so Anabaptists were quite radical, and the Anabaptists were the most radical abolitionists. And actually, it's interesting. So, when I was a kid in Ohio, right, I'm from Ohio originally. We saw Amish people a lot, right? They went to separate schools. They spoke a separate language, the Pennsylvania Deutsch, the special like German dialect, that we couldn't talk to them, but we saw them, right? And the Amish, they sold fruit on the side of the road, and they had their own world. And Pennsylvania and Ohio, you have a lot of Amish people. They don't believe in technology. Why are there so many Amish people in Ohio and Pennsylvania? Well, that's because in Germany in 1848, you had the German Revolution, an attempt to create a German nation state. There was a mass uprising in Germany demanding the creation of a German nation state, a German nation. And the Anabaptists were some of the most radical fighters in the German Revolution of 1848. And they were fighting for their religious freedom because many of the principalities that made up the pre-German state, made up Germany before it was one country, were Catholic. And they rejected Catholicism, and on top of that, they rejected Protestantism that wouldn't let them, that wanted to baptize babies. They didn't like Lutherans and Swiss Reform and stuff like that. So many of these Anabaptists were fighting for their religious freedom, and so they formed some of the most radical militant sections of the German Revolution. And when the German Revolution failed, they fled because they would have been killed. They would have been executed. Now, I don't quite know how that fits because the Amish are pacifists. The Amish cannot serve in any military. So, but yeah, the reason you have so many Amish people and Mennonites in Ohio and Pennsylvania is because of the fact that they fled from the failure of the German Revolution. But Baptists as a religion, right? That's a very common denomination of Christianity, is Baptists. And Brethren, Church of the Brethren, and Mennonites and Amish people. They're all Germans who did not believe in baptizing babies. They're Anabaptists of one stripe or another. And they practice that particular belief, and they had to flee the country. It's wild. So, I grew up in a small town in Ohio, and I think there were multiple Baptist churches in my town. Baptist is a really common denomination. There's a lot of African-American Baptist denominations. There's the Southern Baptists, there's Fundamental Baptists, there's Independent Fundamental Baptists, there's a lot of different types of Baptists. And so, I knew that Baptist is Baptist. I didn't grow up as a Baptist. I grew up as a United Church of Christ congregational, but and I would say I've been on my own faith journey. I was an atheist for a long time before I rediscovered my faith in 2015 in Iran, which is a whole nother story we'll talk about another time. But I understand that, a lot of African Americans are Baptist, right? A lot of Southern folks are Baptist. In a lot of the South, the question is, are you a Baptist or a Methodist? Like that's the old stereotype of a small town in the South. You're either a Baptist or a Methodist, right? And the Methodist is a little more moderate, and it's for, like the town doctor and lawyer and whatever. And the Baptists are very fired up, and, they're hard-line believers, and they're for more working class folks. It's like a stereotype of an old Southern town, right? An old town in Arkansas, an old town in Alabama or Georgia, right? Everyone's either a Baptist or a Methodist, and the more middle class, college professor, college educated types are Methodists, and the more working class, farmers, hardworking people, they're Baptists, right? That's the stereotype of an old Southern town. And then But I knew that there's many different kinds of Baptist or whatever. So when I moved to New York City, I will never forget. I moved to New York City, and I worked at an insurance firm that was Orthodox Jews largely. As I started talking to them, I said something about a Baptist church, and they're like, "Oh, aren't they the crazy people that go and picket the homes of gay people or the funerals of gay people?" They didn't realize that all Baptists are not Westboro Baptist Church, right? There is this infamous, it's a very small church in Kansas called Westboro Baptist Church that became kind of famous in the 2000s because they protested the funerals of gay people, right? When Matthew Shepard was a gay man in Colorado who was murdered, and they protested the funeral, and they had the sign, "God hates fags," and they were very notoriously anti-gay, and they would go around the country and they protested all kinds of funerals. They protested Ronald Reagan's funeral, the sign "Reagan is in hell," because he didn't outlaw homosexuality. They protested the funeral of Mr. Rogers, Fred Rogers, the TV star, because he said on his show, "You're special just the way you are," and they felt that would send the wrong message to gay children. They would think it was okay to be gay because they're special just the way they are. I mean, it was a little bit nuts. It was a crazy church, and eventually they weren't getting enough attention for protesting gay people's funerals. So they started protesting the funerals of U.S. troops who died in Iraq. With signs, God hates America because we allow gay people, thank God for IEDs. They were just being very provocative, right? It was a very small church in Kansas. I think it was just less than a couple hundred members at the most. And Reverend Fred Phelps was their leader, who was a pastor, and he was also a lawyer. And people would punch them. People would get very angry and punch them, and then he would sue them. And they made a lot of money by suing the people who would punch them. They were kind of a lawsuit generating machine. They would come with their very, very offensive signs about God hates fags or thank God for IADs or whatever the hell they were saying. And then they would get punched. Someone would get very, very offended by them. They would punch them, and then they would sue them. They existed. They're a small thing, but when I was working at the insurance company, my coworkers thought all Baptists were Westboro Baptist Church. They didn't know that there's other kinds of Baptists, right? And they just remembered it was a big deal when Westboro Baptist Church came to New York City to protest a high school graduation or something. And they didn't know that there were other types of Baptist. Well, to be fair, right? I don't know the difference between different types of Judaism. I mean, I know it now, but I didn't know it then. But I was just shocked. It was like a culture shock moment because growing up, I mean, there are many Baptists I went to high school with, right? Many Baptists, many Mennonites and all of that. But, I guess if you were in an area where religion was not a big deal, religion was considered kind of a private, personal matter. And then on top of that, if you were in an area where Christianity was not the main religion, right, you wouldn't know that Baptist is a very common form of Protestant Christianity. And so if the only Baptist church you ever heard of was Westboro Baptist Church, there you go. I also remember, after there was a mass shooting, I went, we had we would do this every week. When the Workers' World Party was more functional, when I was a member of it, they would have a meeting every week to discuss the news. And there was one of these mass shootings that happened. And I got up and I mentioned the book, She Said Yes, which, and nobody in this entire room of about 100 communists had ever heard of the book, She Said Yes, except for my roommate, who was also from Ohio, who was there. And She Said Yes was this book that was practically required reading when I was in high school. I don't recommend it. It's not a very good book, but it was everywhere. I mean, it was just everybody read it. It was almost required reading. And it was the mother of this teenage girl who had died at Columbine in the Columbine massacre. And it was all about how, the shooters had pointed the gun at her and said, "Do you believe in Jesus? Do you love Jesus?" She said yes. And so they killed her for saying yes. She was a martyr for Christianity. And the sad thing about that book is it didn't happen, right? There were not many witnesses who were there, and they didn't say that. They didn't, that just didn't happen. And her mother was a deeply religious woman, and Colorado at that point, I think still is very much a capital of the evangelical Christian movement. I think that's where our focus on the family of James Dobson is headquartered. That's where Ted Haggard was when he had his whole sex scandal and that whole thing. And her mother, made millions of dollars with this book about how her daughter had been martyred for Jesus. And it was false. It was very, very sad, very, very sad. Many things, and I've talked about this on these streams before, but it bears repeating. It's really an important reality, is that massacre, 1999, April 20th, 1999, there was a mass shooting at a high school in Colorado, Littleton, Colorado, which is like a suburb of Denver, I believe. And there was a massacre at Columbine High School in Littleton, Colorado. And that incident was the subject of a huge amount of propaganda and lies, a massive amount. And I was in school when it happened, and there were just so many things. And 10 years later, 20 years later, everything we learned about the Columbine massacre at the time was false, was completely false. Number one, we were all told that the shooters had been part of a gang called the Trench Coat Mafia, right? They were part of a gang called the Trench Coat Mafia. And they were, it became basically, you couldn't wear a trench coat at a high school from then on because, oh my God, the shooters had worn it. You might be part of the Trench Coat Mafia. You might be a shooter if you wore a trench coat. Well, it turns out the shooters were not part of the Trench Coat Mafia. And in fact, the only time they'd ever been seen in trench coats was the day they did their shooting, and that was to cover up their guns. So it had absolutely nothing to do with it. They also said that they had listened to the music of this Gothic performer, this guy Marilyn Manson. That's not true either, right? Apparently, they were fans of a German goth band called Rammstein, but they did not listen to Marilyn Manson. The other thing that they claimed, and this is interesting, was that the shooters were responding to bullying, that they had been bullied and they were retaliating against the bullies. That was not true either. And in fact, one of them was himself a bully, was known to be quite sadistic to other students. So that was false as well. That was completely fake. One of the students was intellectually disabled, and the other was a sociopath and a bully himself. And he basically found this other student who was intellectually disabled, kind of took him under his wing and cultivated him to be his partner in crime, his co-murderer. So that was false as well. I mean, there were just so many lies about the murder. They claimed that the students had carried out the murder because it was Hitler's birthday, right? Because it was April 20th, and that is Hitler's birthday. Apparently, it was not because of that. It was because they smoked weed together. And they were potheads, and they wanted to die, or they wanted to go down. They wanted to have their last stand on weed smoking day. And they thought that the cool kids who smoked weed wouldn't be at school that day, right? They wanted to target kids who didn't smoke weed. And so it was really about marijuana. It was like so there were just so many levels of lies. Everything we were told about Columbine was a lie. Some of the lies make sense, right? I understand she said yes. It, built the religious movement in the United States, made millions of dollars for the mother. I do not understand why they lied and said it was Hitler's birthday. I don't understand that one. I don't understand why they lied and said it was about bullying. Bullying's an awful thing. And hey, I mean, there were anti-bullying initiatives that were taken after the Columbine massacre, but the reality was the Columbine massacre had absolutely nothing to do with bullying. That just wasn't the case. There were just so many different lies about that. Mainstream U.S. media lied through its teeth. And the one thing that never really gets explored is that the father of the sociopath, the one who was the mastermind, right? Not the intellectually disabled one. I think Eric Harris was the one who was the mastermind. He was the sociopath, and then Dylan Klebold was the intellectually disabled young man that he kind of cultivated and used as his accomplice. But Eric Harris's father is a high-ranking military person, and that Eric Harris's father was involved in, developing weapons systems and, killing people with cruise missiles and stuff like that. And nobody wants to talk about that, right? And that apparently there have been more shootings in Colorado, and often it is family members of people that are involved in the killing, because there's a huge Air Force, base, and there's a huge military a lot of military stuff goes on in Colorado, and apparently the mass shooters from Colorado often have a family connection to that. Nobody wants to talk about that, right? That there's a direct connection to the military industrial complex. And, nowadays, the U.S. government, they kill people with drones, and it's like a video game. They've got, facilities in Vermont, they've got facilities in Colorado where they have a big screen, and they just, they find a person and blow up their home. They murder people with drones, kill strikes, right? And that you think that doesn't, cause people to develop evil, and you think they don't take that trauma and that what that does to a person to just ruthlessly take someone's life, from a distance. You think that doesn't come home with them and all of that, but no one wants to talk about the military connection. That was very weird. One of the most disturbing things I thought about the Columbine massacre of 1999 was that there's a clip, of of this girl who's come out of the school, and she's sobbing. She's witnessed this massacre, and she says, and they shot the black kid because he was black. And the sad thing is that African-American student, one of the victims of the Columbine massacre, was African-American. And even when he died, he did not have a name, and he was the black kid, you know what I mean? And that is just so awful, right? I mean, it shows that he was not a real person to his classmates, that, I mean, he was ruthlessly killed. And, mainstream media, they just kept playing this clip of, and they shot the black kid. And they would say, oh, and there was one student who was targeted because he was black. They wouldn't say his name, right? I mean, I don't even know his name. And mainstream media, they just decided, that he was, he was the black kid. And it was like, his name was Isaiah Shoals was his name. He was 16 years old, but U.S. mainstream media decided he wasn't allowed to be a person. He became the black kid, and they just kept showing this clip of this girl. They shot the black kid. And I remember I listened to NPR. They said there was one student who was targeted because he was black, but they wouldn't name him. I mean, that was particularly horrendous. It was like, my goodness, and it was just, it showed that it was a suburban community, and that there was a level of racism. Isaiah was not a real person at that high school, right? On some level, he was invisible, right? He was a demographic to his classmates, right? They saw him as a demographic. They did not see him as a person. And that is deeply tragic. In 1999, in this kind of prosperous suburban community where the shooting happened, this African-American 16-year-old boy was not a person, right? He was the black kid. He was, it was awful. I mean, just, that's one aspect of the massacre that is really particularly sickening. But anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about Columbine on here. We're talking about all kinds of different stuff. But anyway, that's what I love about these streams, though. We can talk about whatever we want, I guess I'll touch on this. There is one other topic I thought I would touch on a little bit. And that was but before I get to that, I do want to say, part of what makes these streams great is I just ramble. I just talk about whatever, right? I'm not on here, and that YouTube has changed. For a while, I was trying to do a news hook where I would just talk about the news. And I would have a news event, and I would use that as the hook. But then, YouTube has changed. There's so much AI crap on YouTube right now. There's just so much AI crap that, you all are here because you understand that I've got something valuable to say. And I appreciate that. And that's what makes these streams special, is I can get on here and talk about whatever. I know a number of you have sent in Rumble rants, and you've got stuff you want me to talk about in the second half. I see, about 4 Rumble rants that have come in, and that's great, but we just get on here. We just shoot the shit. It's like we're friends. We're just get on here and we just talk. Sometimes I get all fired up and preachy on these streams. Other times we just talk, right? I just, hey, just get on here tonight. I'm just kind of freewheeling it, but it's fun, right? We just talk about what's on our minds, right? And there's a good number of people here, and I appreciate it, right? I'm not pandering on these streams. I'm not trying to be an internet superstar. I am trying to build a community of people that are dedicated to anti-imperialism, and we'll talk more about that later. But at the end of the day, I'm on these streams, and we're just talking, right? And we're a community of people. I mean, the Center for Political Innovation is a great group of people trying to lift each other up with anti-imperialism, etc. But we just talk. We just talk on these streams, and that's what's beautiful about it. One other topic I did want to reflect on. So I actually got my hands on a book that is quite hard to get. There's not that many copies of this. This is a biography of Max Shachtman. Max Shachtman and his left. And I have talked about Max Shachtman on these streams. I don't think Max Shachtman was a good dude, but he was an important dude, right? And it's interesting. Max Shachtman was a member of the Communist Party when it was started. He became a Trotskyite, a follower of Trotsky. He had a big falling out with Trotsky because he when the Soviet Union signed the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, he opposed it. But Max Shachtman, if you look at him, he is, they call it, he was like a power behind the throne, a gray eminence, a powerful, important political figure in America from the 1950s to the 1970s. Max Shachtman, he was the leader of a group of Trotskyites in New York City that broke with Trotsky, the New York intellectuals. And those Trotskyites became the new left, right? The Congress for Cultural Freedom was started by Irving Kristol, was the director of it, and he was a follower of Max Shachtman. And DSA, the founders of DSA, Irving Howe was a follower of Max Shachtman. Who was it? Michael Harrington, the other founder of DSA, was also a follower of Max Shachtman. And Mary McCarthy, Susan Sontag, they were all followers of Max Shachtman. In fact, Ronald Reagan's UN United Nations representative apparently had been a follower of Max Shachtman. And the neocons were also followers of Max Shachtman. Irving Kristol went on to become the top neocon. Many of the top neoconservatives, were followers of Max Shachtman as well. Max Shachtman, if you look at Max Shachtman, he's this communist Trotskyite who breaks with Trotsky, lives in New York City. He was the advisor to George Meany, who was the head of the AFL-CIO during the 1950s and 60s. He was his personal advisor. He brokered deals in the Democratic Party that picked, Lyndon Johnson might not have been the vice president of the United States and eventually president if it wasn't for Max Shachtman. And Max Shachtman, he died in 1972, and he was this renegade communist who he had a group of followers in New York City, a group of Trotskyites that broke with Trotsky, and it was called the Independent Socialist League. It had been called the Workers' Party. It eventually changed the name to the Independent Socialist League, and they were, they had labor union people that listened to them. Eventually, they merged into the Socialist Party. And eventually, DSA was started by followers of Max Shachtman, but he was this very powerful labor union boss, mentor to both the neocons and the New Left, the anti-communist, anti-Stalinist New Left. I mean, he was, if you do like 6 degrees of separation of people in American politics, right? I mean, the neocons, the Reagan administration, Irving Kristol, Bill Kristol, his son, the editor of the Weekly Standard. I mean, the Reagan administration is full of Shachtmanites, and the New Left, Susan Sontag, Mary McCarthy, Irving Howe, DSA, Michael Harrington. If you look at it, Max Shachtman is kind of an unknown name. I mean, he's got a Wikipedia page and all of that, but he was the leader of this weird communist group that he was a renegade communist, and he ended up being one of the most influential minds in American politics. I mean, if you really look at it, Max Shachtman had the Republican Party of today wouldn't be what it is without Max Shachtman. The Democrat Party of today wouldn't be what it is without Max Shachtman. Max Shachtman is, this, I don't know what you want to call him, this communist turned, pro-imperialist. He was pro-CIA. Right. And that was the big thing, is he was so against the Soviet Union that he supported the Bay of Pigs invasion. He eventually supported the Vietnam War. But Max Shachtman, right? This is his name if you want to know how to spell it. Max Shachtman. He was a New York City labor union boss, basically. He was a guy who was involved he had a network of labor union activists in New York City, and he was pro-US imperialism. He was pro-CIA, and he got in bed with the CIA in the 1950s. If you look at Max Shachtman was this really important figure, and nobody knows anything about Max Shachtman, right? Because he's just this obscure renegade communist, right? There's a similar figure named Jay Lovestone, but Max Shachtman was much more influential than Jay Lovestone. Jay Lovestone ran the CIA's trade union work. He was a leader of the Communist Party that broke away the right opposition. But Jay Lovestone was nothing compared to Max Shachtman, and that this Trotskyite who was too Trotskyite even for Trotsky. He was too anti-Soviet even for Trotsky. And he eventually became CIA. And I mean, he basically, the Democrat Party and the Republican Party are highly shaped by him. Behind the scenes, he was influencing them. And if you look at neoconservatism, I've said this many times, neoconservatism and the New Left have the exact same intellectual basis. And Max Shachtman, he has that, right? Max Shachtman was a Jew from Poland, and his family fled Poland because of anti-Semitism. They came to the United States. He got involved in communist politics because he was against the American government, because he viewed the American government as oppressing working people. He supported labor unions, whatever. And he liked the Russian Revolution, but then he didn't like the Soviet Union because he saw the Soviet Union as authoritarian, and they didn't believe in permanent revolution. And he was disgusted by the Soviet Union not being a country that's spreading instability and chaos all over the world. He was very excited by the idea of permanent revolution, instability, and chaos. And then when Trotsky argued the Soviet Union was still socialist in its foundations, defended the Stalin-Hitler Pact in 1939, Max Shachtman cut his ties with Trotsky. And then in the 50s, Max Shachtman led a group of ex-communists, ex-Trotskyites into the CIA. And eventually he was coordinating labor unions, the CIA for labor unions. He was coordinating academics, right? Academia, people in college professors with the CIA, leftist college professors and labor unions. And out of him comes Democratic Socialists of America. Out of him comes Partisan Review and the New Left Review and the New Left. And out of him comes neoconservatism. And it's like, damn, like the American political establishment of our time is very well. I mean, there's one guy who was really influential in defining it, a sellout communist leader who became pro-imperialist, and his name was Max Shachtman. And nobody knows about him. And unless you're a communist, basically, unless you're a Trotskyite, you don't know about this guy. From what I understand, it was really common for labor union leaders in New York City to have a picture of him in their office. He was like the personal friend and mentor of many people that are labor union bosses in New York City, Teamsters and, Service Employees International Union and all that. It was really common for, labor union bosses in New York City to love Max Shachtman. He was like their best bud. He was their friend. They called him on the phone. They went out to dinner with him. Everybody loved Max Shachtman. And he brokered deals inside the Democrat Party. And he also got, a lot of college professors and academics were coming to him for advice about what to say. It's rather wild. You look at, Max Shachtman was a kingmaker. He was a really, really important figure. Max Shachtman. And if you're not a communist, you would never know about Max Shachtman. And that's what's so bizarre, right? You would think that somebody that's that influential, right, who basically rebuilt the Democrat and Republican parties of America during the Cold War in the 50s and 60s, this guy was really, really important. Now, there's a book that I read called The Prophet's Children. And it's an autobiography of a guy named Tim Woolforth, who was a Trotskyite during the 1960s. And he joined Max Shachtman's group in the 1950s during McCarthyism. And he talked about how it wasn't that big, right? They had an office near Union Square, and it was a couple hundred people in New York City. And every Friday night, they would have speeches, and they had a magazine that they published. And then every Saturday night, they'd have a dance, and they would do traditional Jewish dancing, and they would serve alcohol at their office, and they had a dance where they did traditional Jewish dancing and drank alcohol on Saturday nights. And it was just like this club, and Max Shachtman was the boss of it. And it was just this club in New York City, and they had an office over Union Square. Friday night, they had speeches. Saturday night, they had a dance, and they drank alcohol. And they had a bunch of pamphlets, and they had a bunch of magazines. And that Max Shachtman would travel around the country to different parts of the country where he'd have little pockets of 10 or 15 people who followed him. And I guess Tim Woolforth was a student at Oberlin College in Ohio. And at Oberlin College, there were 3 people who were students that were members of Shachtman's group. They were from New York City, but they went to college in Oberlin. And it was a controversy. Oh my gosh, socialists are going to college at Oberlin. And so there was an event at a church where they let the 3 socialists, the Shachtmanites, speak. And he thought it was interesting. So then he ended up going to New York City and meeting Max Shachtman. And it was just his little group. Right. And you think about this, right? It's just this little group this little group of a couple hundred people in New York City who were involved in labor unions, who had been communists, but had turned against the Soviet Union with Trotsky, had then turned against Trotsky, and they had a bunch of pamphlets, and they it's really weird. And to think that Max Shachtman ended up becoming the advisor to the AFL-CIO. He ended up becoming, a guy who was a kingmaker in the Democrat Party. He became the mentor. All the neocons were his students. DSA is descended from him. I mean, this guy is at the center of, if you want to play 6 degrees of separation, Max Shachtman is an important figure. I realize that I've known this about Max Shachtman for some time, but I have not studied Max Shachtman in any depth. I know about his disagreement with Trotsky, and I often bring that up in my writing about how the new left and wokeism traces its roots back to the 1939 split in Trotskyism, right? And the New York intellectuals and all of that, right? And that I talk about that a lot. And I reference the book, The Struggle for a Proletarian Party by James Cannon, which I've got somewhere. I've got a copy of that book. The Struggle for a Proletarian Party is James Cannon's book opposing Shachtman. And then Trotsky wrote a book called In Defense of Marxism that's also against Shachtman. And I know about that, but I don't really know much about Shachtman the man. So I've started reading this biography, and this is not a widely circulated book. I bought it on Amazon, but it was published apparently in the 90s. It looks older than that, right? It looks like a really old book, but it's from the 90s. 1994, it's published as a biography of Shachtman, and I would like to know more about Max Shachtman. But a point that I have made over and over and over again on these streams that I think is just an essential point is that the unifying point, what unites the woke left and the neocons, is opposition to humanity, anti-populism, fear of the people, and that the neocons believe that everything must be done to protect freedom. Leo Strauss and Irving Kristol, they believe that the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany were the same, and they're both expressions of populism. They're both expressions of mass movements that suppress the intellectuals. So everything must be done to prevent, some kind of government where the intellectuals are suppressed. They invoke Plato, etc., and they're elitists, and they view the masses as the enemy. The woke left also believes that. They believe Nazism and fascism is the result of too much democracy, and they believe Trump is so dangerous because he's getting the ignorant rabble involved. And the new left, rather than fighting for the majority, right? Karl Marx in the Communist Manifesto, Karl Marx says all previous movements in history have been movements of minorities and on behalf of minorities, but our movement is on behalf of the majority. Right? That's what Marx says, but the new left is different than that in that it's always looking for a minority, right? The new left opposes the majority and views the majority as the oppressor, and it is always looking for a minority, a new minority to champion, right? And, black people, and I mean, that's good, right? I mean, it's nothing wrong with protecting the rights of the minority, but if you believe the majority are the enemy, that is a mistaken approach, right? That you're fighting for the rights of black people because, racism hurts all workers, most especially black people, but everybody, right? And that you want to liberate the majority, right? You're fighting for the rights of women because you want to liberate everybody. But the new left doesn't think that way. They think the majority are the enemy, and they want to make the case that the majority is bad. They want to shame and demonize the majority, so they're constantly trying to pick out a minority that they can hold up to show that the minority is bad and to strip the rights of the majority, right? They want to, in the name of protecting some minority, whether it's a sexual minority, a racial minority, a gender minority, whatever it is, they're desperately looking for some minority that they can hold up and then use in the name of this minority, suppress the majority, because deep down they believe the majority is bad. That is the essence of neocon thought. That is also the essence of new left thought. The woke people, they're always looking, they want to protect transgender people, but in the name of protecting transgender people, they want to suppress the majority who believe there are two genders, right? The woke left, they want to protect the environment, but in the name of protecting the environment, they want to suppress the majority that want their living standards to go up. I mean, the woke left and the neocons, it's the same thing. They're looking for an oppressed minority they can sympathize and they can hold up, and then they can condemn the majority. And that is not the Marxist approach. The traditional Marxist approach is to champion the rights of minorities as a way of strengthening the majority, whereas the new left opposes the majority. They see the majority as the enemy,
And the neocons think the same thing. And Leo Strauss, Persecution in the Art of Writing, he also, he sees Nazi Germany, the Soviet Union are the same. The philosopher kings, the smart people are suppressed by the mob. And, Susan Sontag thought this. And Hannah Arendt, who was also a follower of Max Shachtman, look it up. She followed Max Shachtman. She was hanging out with Shachtman. She was a third camp trot. She knew Shachtman and Irving Howe. Hannah Arendt, she writes Eichmann in Jerusalem. And in that book, she says basically that, deep down, ordinary people are Eichmanns. They're Nazis, and that's why they need to be suppressed. And totalitarianism is when ordinary people get together, right? And that anti-populism, opposition to the masses, defines the new left and defines the new right. And it's an aspect of Trotskyism, and it's an aspect of Shachtman, right? Shachtman, that was, his family fled the pogroms in Poland. And then, and he came to the United States, and that Shachtman was against the majority. He saw the majority as not good. And that this is a big aspect of Zionism, right? Zionism teaches that the majority will always persecute the Jew, right? That the Jew is so fundamentally different than everybody else that he will always be persecuted. He will always be targeted. So he needs his own country in Israel, right, to be protected. And everything must be done to make sure that Israel is above any criticism or whatever, because the Jew is so special and the Jew is always persecuted. And the majority of humanity just deep down is always going to persecute the Jew, right? And that is the mindset of Zionism. Zionism defines itself on that. And, Lenin called this out. He called it the spirit of the ghetto. If you read what Lenin wrote, he called this the spirit of the ghetto. And he condemned it in Russia. There was a group called the Bund, the Jewish Bund, that said we have to have a separate Jewish Communist Party. And Lenin called it out. And he said the Bund is the spirit of the ghetto, but it's also, Zionism is the most blatant expression of it. But, the Bund is another expression. Marx called this out. Marx wrote a very shrill essay on the Jewish question, where he basically said, there is this culture that's based on being the other, being separate from the rest of society. And I want nothing to do with it. And that this has a lot to do when I talk about Max Shachtman and how he was this defining figure in American politics, and how Western liberalism, this is the ideology of liberalism, right? This is what Alexander Dugin is calling out in his writing, liberalism, the individual above all else, atomizing any collective identity, right? Any sense of collectivism, because that's deemed totalitarian, celebrating the individual and all humanity, but never any collective identity, no class, no religion, no nation, no race. No, it is atomized individual or all humanity. You can never speak of any collective identity. And the so-called right in the West celebrates economic atomization, economic liberalism, privatizations, cutbacks. The so-called left in the Western countries celebrates social liberalism, breaking down of any notion of collectivism, breaking down traditional morality, breaking down religion, breaking down the family, breaking down any cultural or national loyalty, even gender itself, right? That we're all just atomized individuals. So the left is emphasizing social individualism, social liberalism. The right is emphasizing economic individualism, economic liberalism. But this philosophy of liberalism. And it seems that Zionism, the reason Zionism is so built into the Western power structure is because Zionists, historically Jews have been persecuted in Europe, Zionists, really this fear of collectivism, this fear of the majority, is such an integral part of the Zionist identity and the Zionist narrative that as liberalism really takes hold, and we oppose any notion of collectivism, any notion of nationalism, any notion of socialism, any notion of populism is opposed, Zionist voices become central. And they become central because Zionists are the very much, have a deep feeling of this liberal worldview that the majority is the enemy. This is all very, very fascinating. We're decoding Western society and why it is coming apart at this time, right? We're entering a prolonged economic crisis rooted in the tendency of the falling rate of profit, rooted in the value crisis and the problem of overproduction. But it is accompanying an atomization, a cultural atomization that has been amplified by social media, been amplified by the information revolution, and we're seeing the so-called collective West collectively break down. That is what we are seeing. But there is a new economy in the world, and that new economy, the greatest achievement, that new economy came into existence because of the Russian Revolution. Then when the Nazis invaded, they repelled the Nazi invasion, and then you had the Chinese Revolution that was really secured by the defeat of the Japanese invaders. You had Eastern Europe and the new economy that emerged in the 20th century because of the Soviet Union, because of China, eventually because of great African leaders like Patrice Lumumba, Kwame Nkrumah, Thomas Sankara, and because of great Latin American figures like Fidel Castro and Daniel Ortega and others, you have the birth of this new economy that is not part of the Western liberal order. And the West has indulged its own ideology of liberalism, economic liberalism, philosophical, social liberalism, whereas illiberalism in the East, the new economy and the new world, in Russia, they're not communists anymore, but they're illiberal, right? They're proud of their history of the Russian Orthodox Church, of Alexander the Great and Peter the Great and Ivan the Terrible, and not Alexander the Great, he was in Greece, I'm sorry, but Peter the Great and Ivan the Terrible, and they're very proud of their history as Russians. And in China, they're very proud of Confucius, and that there is an opposition to Western liberal individualism that is rising. But what's interesting about it is it is kind of ecumenical illiberalism. It's got, Islam is a big part of it in the Muslim world. Christianity is a big part of it in regions that are historically Christian, Confucius, and it's kind of ecumenical illiberalism is kind of banding together to reject the chaos of the West. I would argue that the foundations are economic, right? The foundations are, do you have an economy where profits are in command, or do you have a state that rationally organizes the economy? And I would argue that coming out of the Cold War, you got a new economic form. Countries that broke out of imperialism in order to develop and had a planned economy, had 5-year economic plans, had a revolutionary anti-colonial government that came out of an anti-colonial revolution and upsurge, like Iran, like Cuba, like Venezuela, like Nicaragua, like Egypt, right, with Abdel Nasser, like many countries, right, whether it's the Ba'ath or whatever, and that this new world, the economics are the foundation of it. But there's a cultural rejection of liberalism. Whereas in the West, since the Cold War, we have indulged liberal individualism and fear of populism to the extreme, to our detriment. That's what I would argue. And the information revolution and the technology revolution is making capitalist production no longer sustainable. And it's also creating a wave of kind of reinventing how the human mind works. And human beings don't relate to each other the same way now that we all got one of these, now that we're all plugged in, now that we have access to all kinds of information on the internet. Humans don't relate to each other in the same way. That's just something we're going to have to deal with, right? You can't roll back the wheels of history. You can't undo the information technological revolution. But that said, it's destroying the Western world, whereas the BRICS countries will withstand. That's what I believe. I believe the BRICS countries will be able to withstand the wave of collapse that is being spawned by technological progress for economic reasons, but also for social reasons. And that the parts of the world where people still have a collective identity will be able to withstand the explosions and the big upheavals that are coming about as a result of technological breakthroughs. And the West will not. And Western society, as it currently exists, is not going to be able to withstand this. Our economy doesn't have room for anybody at the assembly line anymore. Production for profit isn't going to be able to handle this. Meanwhile, if we don't have any collective identity and no sense of loyalty, the West is going to come apart. We need to start building the foundations of a new society in the West. We need to start building networks of people who can cooperate with each other, who understand that the future of the West is joining the new economy, joining the BRICS, joining the Axis of Resistance in the Middle East, joining the Eurasian Economic Union and the Belt and Road Initiative. We need to lay the foundations of illiberalism in America. And it's not going to be easy. And it's going to be difficult. And, you know, in our day and age, we are all very socially atomized. We've all been raised in a culture that tells us it's a cookbook. It's a cookbook, right? And don't join a group. Be yourself. Be the superstar. You're the main character. It's going to be very hard to build a network of people, but that is what we are aiming to do with the Center for Political Innovation. As we are aiming to build the foundations of the new society. The only way the West cannot decay into depopulation, degeneration, a great cemetery, barbarism, the only way we can move forward is we have to build a society that is illiberal in the West. We have to build a society where collectivism is definitive, where people cooperate with each other and have a shared destiny and can trade with other countries in a win-win way as well. The Western imperialist financial system is dying. The colonial order is dying. We need to create new society, a new way of doing things. I look at with great admiration to what the People's Democratic Uhuru movement and what the African Socialist Party and Chairman Omali Yeshitela has built among Black Americans, and that their network of businesses, et cetera, you know, they have done something very special. Meanwhile, you know, I see Western society collapsing. I see the BRICS countries rising, and I understand that liberal atomization is being taken to its logical conclusion, and we have to prepare something solid, right? I tell people in the past, I've compared it to Noah's Ark, right? Noah saw, got a vision from God, got a message from God that a flood was coming. And he started building an ark. And, you know, it doesn't say this in the Bible, but popular interpretation is his neighbors thought he was crazy. But he built that ark, and then the floodwaters came, and his neighbors were drowned. His neighbors were washed away. But Noah and his relatives, they were safe in the ark. We must build the ark because liberalism and the liberal Western order, the capitalist economic system of profits in command, the liberal mindset of individualism above all else, the atomization, all of this is coming apart. It's coming apart. We must build the foundations of something that can withstand the coming storm, can withstand the coming flood, and can lay the basis for something that will survive the coming breakdown. I don't want America to collapse. I don't. As much as I am opposed to our current order, I don't want it to collapse. If I were in Rome, would I have wanted Rome to collapse? No, I would have wanted Rome to change. I would have wanted Rome to become a sustainable society, a society that wasn't brutally oppressing people all over the known world. But I wouldn't have wanted what happened when Rome fell, which was instability, chaos. And I don't want America to collapse. I want America to change. I want America to not be a society that bombs and murders people. I want America not to be a society where our roads and bridges are crumbling. I want America not to be a society that bombs and kills people and supports Israel and its crimes. I want America to be a society where working families come first and we invest in human beings as the greatest asset that any nation can have. Human beings with their innovation and their creativity as the source of all power and progress, right? I want a nation that is pro-family, pro-community, and pro-technological progress, that invests in fusion energy and scientific research, not new bombs and drones and weapons. That's what I want. I want a new America where we come together and we have our own vision. And the basis of that is building a network of illiberal organizers we're not the party of socialism and liberation, going out and breaking shit. We're not Antifa. We're not leftists, right? Leftists want to destroy America for catharsis, for, to get back at their parents or whatever. I don't want to destroy America. I love America. That said, I want America to change. And I know the way America currently operates is evil. The bombing and killing, the abandonment of people, the prison industrial complex, these things are evil and they must change. I want a new America for working families. And, I in the past, I may have thought I was like Lenin or I was like the Bolsheviks or something, but I increasingly find myself coming back to the book of Jeremiah. Go read the book of Jeremiah in the Bible. Go read the book of Jeremiah, the book of Lamentations. Jeremiah saw that the kingdom of Judah was becoming corrupt. That they were oppressing the fatherless and the widows and the orphans. They were mistreating the poor. They were using slave labor. They were sacrificing innocent babies to Baal. With the voice of righteousness and God on his side, the prophet Jeremiah went out and said, we must repent and we must change our ways so that our nation isn't destroyed. And Jeremiah was persecuted because the priesthood said, who the hell are you to talk about religion? You have no qualifications. You're not a priest. And the political leaders persecuted him, and the rich and powerful persecuted him. But Jeremiah built his mass movement saying that Israel must repent, that Israel must repent of its ways, that Judah must repent of its ways in order to withstand. And they did not listen to Jeremiah. And Jeremiah was put in a pillory. Jeremiah was tortured, flogged, made into a social pariah, punished by not being allowed to get married. Jeremiah was horrifically persecuted. But then when Israel was conquered by Babylon, everyone knew that Jeremiah was right. And the scribe Baruch wrote down the poetic sermons of Jeremiah and the book of Lamentations, which comes after the book of Jeremiah. The book of Lamentations is him weeping for the children of Israel because they are being punished, because they have been colonized, and weeping that his homeland that he loves is being colonized, but they could not hear the word of God, and that God loved the people of Israel, but they had turned so much, they had abandoned the social contract, and they had behaved so unjustly, and they had mistreated the poor, and they'd mistreated the widows and the orphans, and they had sacrificed before other gods, and murdered babies and burned babies alive, and used slave labor, and they had done all these evil things that had really ripped apart their society. The reason that they could not defeat the Babylonians is because all the rules that the Israelites were breaking were rules that held society together. If the widows and orphans aren't cared for, society comes apart. If people are being tricked into being slave laborers, society is becoming apart. If you have a society that is so ruthless that a parent can take a newborn baby and burn it because they think some golden calf is going to give them good luck, that's a fucked up society. That's a society where people don't have love in their heart. They don't have compassion. They're so selfish that they're so convinced that this golden God, this golden Baal is going to give them some good luck, is going to help them make some more money or give them a good harvest or whatever, that they are so indifferent to their own child that they would throw their own child into the flames just in the hope that they'll make some more money. That's an effed up society. Liberalism, individualism, lack of empathy, lack of compassion, lack of love and community. Radical individualism, the individualism above all else. That's what I'm getting at. Jeremiah was preaching against liberalism, and he was saying, get back to the social contract that holds our nation together. And he was saying we must return to the rules and structures that make us all one, that make all of us one people, that hold our kingdom together. And if we do that, then we can hold our nation together, and we won't be conquered and we won't be destroyed. And he was saying, stick to the illiberal collectivist foundations that hold our nation together, and we can stay strong. But if we continue to go in this way of greed and selfishness and cruelty and indifference to others' suffering, if we continue to think in this purely selfish individualist way, and the decadent rich are allowed to continue ruthlessly mistreating the poor and ruthlessly mistreating their own children and bowing before idols of gold and idols of silver, if we continue this way of being, our nation will be destroyed. And I would argue that though I come out of socialism and communism, and though I am an anti-imperialist, and I understand why people around the world are resisting American imperialism, and I think that that is the new world, that more, I'm not trying to sound like a Bolshevik, I'm not trying to sound like an anarchist or a bomb thrower, I want to sound like Jeremiah. Because ultimately, what America needs is a voice crying out in the wilderness that will loudly say, we've got to change as a society. We've got to become a society where people are valued and where we care for one another and where profits are not in command. We've got to become such a society, or we will be destroyed. We will be destroyed. We will go the way of the Roman Empire. We'll go the way of the kingdom of Judah, right? And so I think about Jeremiah as the archetype of a revolutionary. I think about that a lot, right? And that we've got to change our approach, that so much of what is done in the name of leftism and revolution is done in a way that is hostile. And we're not hostile. We want to save America. We want to save this country. But we know that the only way this country can be saved is it must stop being an imperialist country. That the imperialist globalist system must be eradicated. We must have a society where people come first. We must have a government of action that fights for working families. We need a society that values human beings, where people have empathy for each other, where people live for a higher purpose. We cannot have a society based on greed and money, and we cannot have a society ruled by a decadent rich that are beholden to no one, that go across the planet seeking profits and sending people to die for their profits while they let the homeland fall apart. We cannot do this. We cannot function as an imperialist society. We can't do it. And that we must become a new society. And we must build a movement and a network of people that understand that America must repent. America must reform. America must be reborn as a society that puts the people's needs first. So those are my opening remarks for tonight. Took me 2 hours and 19 minutes to say it all, but hey, you all are here. You wouldn't be here if you didn't want to hear it. And that's what I value about you. I would rather that there be a group of people on here who want to hear what I have to say than there be 1,000 people that are only here because I'm doing gimmicks and tricks trying to get them here. I value you, all of you that are watching right now, because you want to be here. You want to hear what I have to say. I'm not doing whiz bang gimmicks, and I'm not putting on a stupid show to try and get your attention. I'm here tonight to talk to you about what's important to me, and you find that to be important, and that's why you're here, and that's what I appreciate. So thank you for being here. Let's do the roll call, where I'll call you all out as I see you, names and locations. And then I'll answer your super chat questions or your Rumble rant questions that you've sent in. There's quite a few of them that have come in. And then we'll call it a night. So names and locations. Who is with us tonight? I will call us out as I see you. Fraser in Seattle, Nabil in Pakistan. Hello from Chicago, Joseph Johnson, St. David's, Bermuda, Jacob in Wisconsin, Eric in Denver, Jenny in Cincinnati. Greetings from Akron. I grew up near Akron. Los Angeles, Minor Threat. Courtney in Northern Virginia. Names and locations. Ryan in Kansas City. Patch in Arizona. Alex in Brazil. Ed in Louisville. Patrick in Maine. Jorge from Fontana. Hey, I'm doing my best, Jorge. Scotland. Scott in Maryland. Diana in Orlando. Names and locations. Calling you out as I see you. Names and locations. Gabby in Chicago. Gabby is working really hard to build our organization. Great work, Gabby. We appreciate all that you do. Tijuana, Mexico. Eric in Holland. By the way, Short, who visited your show last year, organizes an anti-NATO demonstration. And I don't know what that means, but okay. Brooklyn in the house. Good to see you today. No better to have lunch. Yes, it was great to have lunch with you, Phil, today. I enjoyed it. It was a lovely lunch. I'm glad you're here. Wonderful opening tonight, Caleb. Greetings from Scablands, Washington. Well, good to have you. Good to have you. Very, very good. Yeah, great stuff. Names and locations. Anybody else? Names and locations. Who is with us tonight? Names and locations. Luca in Singapore. Great. And I guess this person, Eric in Holland, is going to organize a demonstration against NATO. Good for you, right? I think NATO is detrimental. I'm opposed to NATO. So names and locations. Who's with us tonight? Names and locations. Garland Nixon had Short on his show. Okay, great. Good stuff. Names and locations. We ought to do an open phones show soon. It's been a while since I did one of those, but the last time I did it, somebody came on to argue with me about China. It was pretty wild. Some big YouTuber, Vegan Gains, came on to argue with me about China. I did not see that coming. So, names and locations, folks. Anybody else? Names and locations. Then I'll start answering questions. I might put some music on. I might actually put some music on so I can go to the bathroom. I guess I didn't have to tell you that. I do have to go to the bathroom. And I also can, rest my voice a little bit, replenish my water. But I might put some music on before we answer. Oh, Dan in the LA area. Good stuff. Yep. We are having a workshop in LA coming up May 24th. Should be good. should be good. Names and locations. Anybody else? Names and locations. Yeah, no, it was really weird when that Vegan Gains guy came on to argue China with me. And I would have kept him on for longer if I'd have known who he was. I don't know big YouTube personalities and all that. I thought he was just some dude who was anti-China. But I guess he's a big, fitness and, streamer or something. And, yeah, so there you go. I want to put, I feel like in light of me talking about Jeremiah and all of that, I might want to put on a song that I like called Pledge. So let me put on Pledge. It's a hymn, and I like it. It's from Asia, and it's a powerful hymn from Asia. I think it's from Japan, if I'm not mistaken. But it's obviously, this is the English language version of it from the LA Family Church. But yeah, I'm going to put on Pledge because I just like it. I like the song Pledge. The lyrics are about, it's kind of about what I was talking about with Jeremiah, right? It's about sacrifice, right? I mean, if you think about the lyrics, my fallen figure shames the earth. It's about doing what is right, I guess, in the face of massive opposition, right? I think the lyrics are, my fallen figure shames the earth. Once I was born, but never I lived. Ever forsaken, you came to me, giving me life and breaking my change. Tenderly, you gathered me up. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics, but I like Pledge. So I'm going to put on Pledge because I really like Pledge. It's an Asian Christian hymn. And it's quite powerful. It is about sacrifice. It's basically about sacrificing for what you believe in. It's about that, that persecution that comes out of the story of Jesus, right? That Jesus, stood for his truth and was persecuted. And, and that's basically what the song is about. And I'll put on, I really like Pledge. So yeah, this is I think it's of Japanese origin, the hymn. It's called Pledge. I'm going to put on Pledge. A hymn that I really like. I'm putting on Pledge, and then I'll be back, and then I'll start answering questions. So if you have a question, if you got a question you would like me to answer, my humble request is that you send a super chat or a Rumble rant. The super chats can be sent to Caleb Maupin 22 on Cash App. I can't accept super chats on YouTube right now, or you can send a Rumble rant if you're on the Rumble. But here we go. This is Pledge, and I'll be back.
Fallen figure
All right, everybody. Well, thank you for being here for our second half. As I mentioned, tomorrow is the big parade for Victory Day in Russia. We published a special book, CPI book for Victory Day 2025. And it's called The Battle for Soviet History and Why It Matters. And it's got a lot of different articles about how the fight against fascism and the heroic role, played by the USSR has been eroded, and it's a great book, if I do say so myself, but it's an important book. It's about an important topic, which is about the need to defend the heroic role of the Soviet Union in the defeat of fascism. So if you'd like to get a copy of it, it's for sale. $12 on Amazon. It's not hugely expensive, but it will, if you ever want to argue with anybody in your family or anybody about, the role of the Soviet Union and their role in defeating fascism, this book will arm you with all the arguments to make. Let me put it that way. It's over 200 pages long. And you will have all of the arguments you need to make. It's loaded with facts and data and information. And you will be able to win arguments about the Soviet Union and the role that they played. 226 pages total. A lot of articles in it. There's a section about Stalin. There's a section about World War II, and there's a lot in it. So if you would like, just a book full of a strong retelling and rebuttal to a lot of the lies about the Soviet Union and the efforts to downplay their heroism in the fight against Hitler, I recommend you get our book. I hope you get a copy of it. I'm very proud of it. It's a good book, and I just wanted to throw that out there. There's the link. It's in the chat if you want to get a copy of our new book. I am publishing a lot of books. Like, this book is a compilation of articles that I've published, a lot of articles in it. And I'm doing that a lot now. It's a lot easier to publish books than it used to be with new technology and such. So, I write new material a lot. Like, my latest book that I did write is called Khrushchevism. Right. And I wrote, this is all new stuff. I mean, it's a whole new piece, but I have been taking my older stuff and packaging it in small little books that we published. Right. I have this short book on William Z. Foster, and I have little booklets on different topics I've released. Most of them cost less than $10. I have what is Bonapartism, right? I try to, and we have the new what is innovationism. We're trying to put out more like short little booklets that people can get. I realize that nowadays in our economy, it is very hard to, $10 is a lot, right? And, a $20 book, a $25 book, a $34 book is a lot, right? So, let's make some short books that people can get, right? If you want to really learn what Bonapartism is, you only have to spend $9.50 to read what is Bonapartism. You don't have to buy a huge book. And that a lot of times people get books on Amazon because they just want to learn about the topic. I bet there will be people that buy this book that don't know who I am, that are just curious to hear the other side of the story about the Soviet Union. Great. Well, I hope I provided you with that. And that, I do not write. I am a writer. And I hate writers. I'm just kidding. I don't hate writers, but one of the biggest problems with writers, and I'll start doing super chats here in a minute. Send a Rumble rant or a Cash App me if you have a question. But one of the biggest problems with writers, and this is a really big problem. In college, it makes this problem 10 times worse. You go to college, right? Writers write to show how smart they are, to show off. And it's annoying as hell. I cannot read the New York Times because it is written. So everyone who writes for the New York Times, it's such a prestigious thing to write for the New York Times. And every article is the writer waving their dick around. Look at me. I am so intelligent. Oh, I don't want to know how intelligent you are. I want to know what happened in Istanbul. Right? If there's an article in Istanbul, it shouldn't be about how smart you are and great innuendos and compound. Just tell me what happened in Istanbul. I can read the Wall Street Journal. I read it a lot. I refuse to read the New York Times because all the writers are just trying to show me how smart they are. I have no interest in showing you how smart I am. I have an interest in explaining and getting you to understand the concepts, right? And that's what I do. I try to use short sentences because short sentences make more sense. I try to have as much data as possible and to compile the data in a way that it's accessible, that someone's skimming the book, they can skip and, oh, there's this fact, there's this fact, there's this fact. I really, really do not like a lot of material that is written nowadays. I really don't, because it is written by a writer who is showing off, and writers showing off are bad. They're just bad. You should write so that people can understand it, right? And I'll tell you, I really like a lot of agitational writing from the 1930s. I like basic pamphlets. I really do. Every time I'm on the subway and I see a Jehovah's Witness, I always ask them for a copy of the Watchtower. I always get a copy of the Watchtower because it's written very clearly. The Jehovah's Witnesses want to convince you to be a Jehovah's Witness. They write very clearly. Instruction manuals, things like that. That's the kind of writing that is valuable because it's just about the information, right? Great example, right? 70s movies, right? There's a lot of movies from the 70s that are unwatchable because the writer is waving his dick around. The movie Saturday Night Fever. What the hell is that, right? It goes on forever. And John Travolta, and he works at the hardware store, and there's a dance contest, and somebody falls off the bridge. They're walking on the bridge, and the girl is lying and is a secretary, and it just goes on and on and on. And what the hell is that movie about? It's a writer showing off. That's what it is. It's a writer showing off, right? Nobody wants to see a movie that goes on and on and on. You can't figure out what's going on. Saturday Night Fever is not a good movie because the writer was trying to show off, and it's a bad movie, right? The writer, is just rambling about, just going on, and then I'll have him do this, and then I'll have him do that, and look how smart I am at this. There was a friend of mine years ago, and he read something that somebody wrote, and he got very angry, and he said, it's like they don't expect anyone to actually ever read this, and there's a lot of that where people write, and college teaches you to write this way, right? Where you're writing to show the professor that you are smart, right? The professor is like going over it to see how smart you are. That's not, that is not the value of any work, right? Compound sentences, again, it's hard for a lot of people to follow. If your reader has to read the sentence 2 or 3 times, you failed, right? Your reader should be able to read the sentence once and know what you are saying. And if you just feel good about yourself that you made a super compound sentence, that's great, good for you, but it's not effective writing. Short sentences, make the fact stand out. Don't make the reader have to dig through it to finally find the fact. Make the fact stand out and have a lot of facts, I will read, New York Times articles. It's like, paragraph after paragraph, there's one fact in the whole article. What the hell are you doing? That's not good writing. If your article is about one fact, it should be in the first paragraph and it should be very short. Unless, it's, writing should serve a purpose, right? I am a writer against writers, and I write a lot, and I write because I want people to understand stuff. I didn't write this to show you how smart I am. I wrote this so that you know what Bonapartism is. And if you read this and you don't know what Bonapartism is, but you think, boy, that Caleb, he knows a lot of stuff, I've failed, right? But you can not think anything about me, but if you walk around out of reading this book and knowing what Bonapartism is, then I have accomplished what I am trying to accomplish, right? And I am very critical of people who write in an egotistical or self-serving way because it doesn't serve the purpose. Before you write anything, you should ask yourself, what do I want the reader to learn? Right? That's a fair question. What effect? You should always imagine yourself in the place of the reader. Imagine I'm reading this. How am I reacting? Often when I'm writing, I'll imagine I'm explaining it to one of my coworkers, one of my family members, right? And I try, you should always write as if your audience knows nothing, because this is America and your audience does know nothing if your audience is in America. I hate to say that, but it's true. Your audience in America does know nothing. So you should write as if your audience knows nothing, and you should write in a way that they leave knowing something, right? And you should anticipate thoughts they might have. You should write with your audience in mind. Don't write with yourself in mind. Write with your audience in mind. Write with empathy. That's what I urge people to do. Good writing shows empathy. Academic writing does not. Academic writing, you get points for how obscure you make it and how, if you can look like you're smarter than everybody else and people have a hard time really getting what you're saying, that gets you points in academia. Puke, puke, puke. It's not popular. It's not effective. I'm just being real with you, right? And it's just like Saturday Night Fever. I'm sure whoever wrote Saturday Night Fever thought he was really smart, and all his friends were like, whoa, and then you had to do this, and then you had to do that. But it's still a bad movie. It's not a good movie. You watch Saturday Night Fever, it's not fun to watch. I'm like, what in the world is this, right? John Travolta's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I'm John Travolta. I'm going to dance. I want to dance. I don't want to work at the hardware store. I want to dance, right? I don't know. I mean, what's it about? I mean, I don't know. Anyway, I'm having too much fun. Oh my God, I'm John Travolta. Oh my God. Anyway, right? At least he's not dressed up, right? They did the musical version of Hairspray, right? So they did Hairspray was a movie by John Waters, right? And one of the characters in Hairspray, the mother of the girl, is a man, is a drag queen. And then they made a Broadway musical of it. And then they made a movie of the Broadway musical, which was part of the Obama softening, right? It came out right as Obama was taking office, and it was very much a youth rebellion, 1960s civil rights, anti-racist, fight the power movie, which I guess the original movie was too, but they amped it up with a musical score or whatever. But then they had John Travolta dress in drag in a big rubber costume as the mother. And a friend of mine, he said, he thought John Travolta sounded like Dr. Evil. Right. And he's like, it was supposed to be a Baltimore accent, but he sounded like Dr. Evil. Is that how people talk in Baltimore? I've been to Baltimore. People don't sound like Dr. Evil, right? You remember Dr. Evil from the Austin Powers movies? Hello. I mean, evil, Dr. Evil, right? And that's what John Travolta sounded like. Hello, I'm talking like this. Is that how evil people, is that how Baltimore folks sound? I don't think so. Anyway, you didn't all come on here to talk about John Travolta, right? Oh my God. And I don't think John Travolta is gay, by the way, right? That's a weird Hollywood rumor, right? Whatever you want to say about the Church of Scientology. For years, people in Hollywood have been saying, well, John Travolta and Tom Cruise are both gay. Scientology found out that they're gay in, Scientology auditing and blackmails them with that. That's not true, right? No, that's not true, especially nowadays, because you can just be gay nowadays. I mean, no, that's not true. John Travolta and Tom Cruise are both Scientologists. And I think Tom Cruise is probably the most famous Scientologist, right? He is really outspoken and loyal to the Church of Scientology. I think John Travolta, I think he's kind of quiet about it. And the Church of Scientology is opposed to gay marriage. But I really don't believe that John Travolta and Tom Cruise did Scientology auditing. They found out that they're secretly gay and blackmailed them. I don't buy that. No, come on. And I will say, I just will say this, okay? I will say this. I know the Church of Scientology has played a negative role in a lot of ways, but the Hollywood witch hunt against them was very weird, right? They had a lot of power in Hollywood for many years. They were very powerful in Hollywood, and, a lot of Hollywood stars joined them. And then when the Leia Remini stuff got going, right? 2012, 2013, 2011, I think it was earlier than that, right? They have been targeted in a pretty extreme way that was very odd. Very, very, very odd. I think honestly, that Danny Masterson case is very weird too. I was not on the jury. I did not look at the evidence, but I guess Danny Masterson, right? And was that his name? Danny Masterson? Is that his name? I want to get his name right. Danny Masterson. Yeah. Right. He's a Hollywood actor. He was a star of That 70s Show, and he was a Scientologist. And there were two women, or I guess multiple women, that were all were Scientologists at the time. They had sex with him. There were, there was a lot of parties in Hollywood and all of that. And they had sex with him, and then they claimed he raped them. And they're all ex-Scientologists. So they have kind of a bone to pick against the Church of Scientology. And we know in Hollywood, people are going to parties and drinking, and I got questions. You know what I mean? Again, I didn't look at the evidence. I did not look at the evidence, and I'm not, but something's off. And, they've accused, what's his name? Russell Brand in a similar manner. Again, Hollywood stars going to parties and, and all of this. And then, now they've accused him of this. And, obviously, this is why ultimately, look, I am the first to say that I do think the traditional family is a better way of doing things, because it's very clear. You're married to somebody, you have sex with them. You're not married, you don't, right? And that if things are done that way, everything's pretty simple, right? And that, that there is this culture that's developed in Hollywood, in the music industry, of everybody having sex with everybody else. And there's an element of, and I mean, even like, it's funny, I didn't even know about this. When I was a teenager, there was a rock band called Anti-Flag, right? And they were against George Bush. They were kind of a leftist rock band. I had a couple of their CDs, whatever. I looked them up, and apparently, one of their star singers is accused of stuff. Well, I mean, obviously it was wrong what he did, but it was also part of the culture at these concerts, right? Groupies, teenage girls were going into his dresser room and all of that. Well, he shouldn't have done that, but also that was part of the culture of punk music at the time, right? I mean, that was kind of what teenage girls did, is they went to shows and had sex with stars. And that was, is it right? No, obviously you should never have sex with a minor. It's wrong. But I guess, there was this whole culture at punk shows of, all of that. And he was doing that. And a lot of women came forward and said, look, I was underage, statutory rape. Well, that is statutory rape. Having sex with anyone underage, that is statutory rape. And that's a crime. And I don't disagree with that being a crime. But there was a culture, and it's like, again, it's weird, because there was a culture at the time where, people were doing things, and that's where these things get a little bit weird, right? It gets a little weird, but, obviously I don't condone statutory rape, right? I mean, sex with a minor is illegal and should be illegal, right? Age of consent, all for it, right? But, it is a little bit weird that, there was just this understanding that, the punk star comes to town, he has a show, a bunch of women come into his dressing room. That's just something that just happens. And then all of a sudden our culture changed, and, we suddenly said, actually that's statutory rape. Well, I mean, it is statutory rape. You know what I'm saying? It is. So, I mean, but why were we not enforcing that before? Why was it okay for, the punk show to come to town and all the teenage girls to go to the locker room before? Why was that allowed before? Before we just said, that just happens. Right. And then, and then we changed the rules, and that's, Me Too was a changing of the rules a lot of ways. The other thing about Me Too was that one thing about Me Too, and I will say this, is that social media was the ultimate decider. And that's crazy, because there were people who got accused of stuff and nothing happened. And then there were people that got accused of stuff and it blew up. And there were cases where someone got accused of something and it was, it was not, I mean, it was highly disputed, right? Louis C.K., for example. What did Louis C.K. do? Louis C.K., he pulled it out. You know what I mean? But he would always ask permission first. He asked permission first. It was consensual. He still shouldn't have done it in the workplace. It was still wrong. And there's a power dynamic. He's a celebrity and stuff. But the fact that it was consensual always got left out of the stories. You made it think that he was just a creeper who pulled it out in front of everybody. Well, that's not what happened, right? He was saying, can I do this? And the women would say yes. And in every case, they said yes. And then afterwards, they're like, it was creepy. He did that at work. And then it got left out of all the news stories that it was consensual. Well, he still shouldn't have done it. Right. And I'm sure he knows that, whatever. But, why was that left out of the story at the time? Why was it left out that this was all consensual? Why did the New York, why was it in the press that, that he was, a creepy guy who just did whatever? Why? And that's the thing. And, if those women had come forward against Louis C.K. and no one, and they hadn't decided to inflate it, nothing would have happened. But instead, his career shut down for a couple of years. And Aziz Ansari, it's a similar story where, you know, again, like, you know, you look into the details of that case, I can't even quite figure it out. I haven't read the original article. I've read, you know, summaries of that. He was a Saturday Night Live guy, a comedian, Aziz Ansari. And it was like, it wasn't clear exactly. I mean, you read it, it's not, there was a lot of disputing about what he was accused of exactly. And that, but, you know, that's the thing. Social media blew up with it. And basically trial by social media, right? You know, trial by social media is the way that Me Too was decided, right? If your case went viral, you were guilty. If it didn't go viral, you weren't guilty. Well, how is that? That's not how these things work. You know, I mean, a crime is a crime. Now, Danny Masterson did go to trial, and I guess the jury came back and found that he was indeed guilty of what he did. So that leads me to believe it wasn't simply, you know, but it is weird that they're all ex-Scientologists. He's still with the Church of Scientology, and that's political. But, you know, I wasn't there. I wasn't on the jury. I didn't sit through all the evidence. You know, and the Russell Brand case is very strange, right? And Russell Brand admits that he was doing all kinds of wild things. He's now converted to Christianity, etc. But he says, yeah, I did a lot of things, but I'm not a rapist. He said, I just, you know, that's what he said. He said, I just, you know, I was doing a lot of wild parties and doing drugs and all kinds of stuff. And well, you know, that was Hollywood culture. So I don't know what's going on. I don't, but, you know, I mean, it is what it is. And I guess this really does just point to the fact that when things are very, you know, and, you know, the other thing, right, is that, right, first of all, there was some meme going around, and I had to be very careful how I replied to it because I knew what it was designed to do. But there was a meme going around claiming that in CPI, we regulate people's personal lives. We do not. There are people in CPI who are gay. There are people in CPI who are straight. There are people in CPI who are atheists. There are people in CPI who are of different religious beliefs. We, other than not having drugs at our events, we do have a drug-free event policy, and you have to be 18 to be involved in our events, right? You know, you can't do stuff with minors because they have parents and whatever. So, you know, you have to be 18 to be involved in CPI activities. That's always been a rule, number one. And number two, it's drug-free because there's people in our group that are in recovery and all that. And we do ask that people not, you know, engage in romantic encounters at CPI events just because that creates drama and that's not the place for it, right? You know, other than that, we don't care what you do in your personal life. But there's this meme going around saying we regulate various aspects of people's personal lives. We do not. And that meme was going around. And, you know, people have endlessly tried to say I'm some kind of big hypocrite and I hate gay people, and I do not. Right. And I have always said, you know, I think gay marriage should be legal. It's their business. Right. And what, you know, I am not telling people how to live their private personal lives. I am not regulating people's lives. I have said, though, that, you know, a traditional marriage is healthier. And it is. I agree. It is healthier. That's not always what happens. And, you know, people have different life circumstances and live and let live. And I'm not here to judge anybody, but I've never you know, so people, you know, there's been this big effort to try and project all kinds of crazy social conservatism onto me, which there are people in CPI who are socially conservative. There's people in CPI who are not. We're not here to regulate people's lives. We don't regulate people's personal, private lives. We don't. Why? And people are really, really desperate to claim that we are. And it's a little fucked up. It's a little screwed up and messed up, but it's because they want a narrative, right? They want a certain narrative, you know, and I since CPI has been founded, we have always maintained on the LGBT thing, not our business, it's your life. On abortion, not our business, it's your life. On the sex work thing, not our business, it's your life. And I am adamant that CPI will always take those positions. Because if we don't take them, we won't survive as an organization. I'll just be real. You know, there are people in CPI who very much feel sex work, prostitution, absolutely wrong, should be illegal. Fine, they can think that. And there are people in CPI that say, no, it's empowering and you shouldn't be. And fine, you can think that. But if we as CPI come out and taking either of those positions, we're doomed. We're doomed as an organization. And the same, and pornography. There's people in CPI who feel pornography should be illegal. There's people in CPI who say, hey, you know, as long as it's consensual, what. We can't talk about it. We can't talk about it. Right. And whenever you take any stance on those issues as an organization, it's never enough. It's never enough. It's never enough, right? And I learned that with the trans thing. I said trans people have the right to be however they want, right? That's what I said. Trans people can do whatever they want, not my business. I said that. Oh no, why won't you put pronouns in your bio? Why won't you do this? It's never enough, right? And the other side, to be fair, it's never enough for them either, right? Oh, okay, so you said maybe women's sports isn't okay. Why won't you condemn this? Why won't you turn against this person? Why aren't you? It's culture wars are a trap. And the same with that Shiloh Hendricks thing, right? Okay, if she said something nasty, rude to a child, she shouldn't have done it. End of story. Okay, she should apologize. She shouldn't speak. You should not use racial or ethnic slurs ever. Other than that, I'm not interested in the case. And it's like, people say, well, he was looking through her purse. Well, if he was engaging in theft, he should apologize for that. He shouldn't have been stealing. Is that true, though? Right? People say, oh, well, the guy who filmed her. I don't know what the guy was filming her. And I don't even know what to believe. And it's like, it's a trap. 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 And so just don't step into a trap. How simple is that, right? Just don't step into a trap. You see a trap, you go, I'm not going to step in it. Right. And I've never stepped into a trap, but they're desperate to get us into a trap. And I've noticed that. And the fact that they made the fake meme, it was like 2 or 3 months ago, there was this fake meme. It had a CPI logo on it and everything, claiming that we require people do this and that. And where did that come from? Right. And we had to be very careful how we reacted to it, because they really wanted me to get up and deny it, to restart certain conversations. They really wanted to. And we were very careful how we responded to it. And you'll notice none of the people who circulated it ever apologized, ever took it down. None of the, and Peter Coffin said this is fake. Other people in CPI said it was fake. We were careful about it because we didn't want to give it more attention. But none of the lying sacks of shit who circulated that have ever taken it down. Black Red Guard put it up, and we said, our whole community said, this is not real. And did they take it down? No. Right? They knew it was a lie. They have no problem lying. That's why internet people are garbage, right? I'll just be honest with you. We're not building an internet movement. Social media fandoms are a dead end, and nobody caught up in a social media fandom cares about the truth. They don't, right? They just care about being on a team. They're on a team, the blue team versus the red team. So if they lie about you, that's fine. You're on the bad team, right? If they lie about you, if they share fake information about you, whatever, that's fine, because you're on the bad team. So it doesn't matter. Right? The internet fandoms make people psycho, right? People, they lose all, I don't get it. They lose all basic empathy, right? They're just so loyal to their favorite star. Truth does not matter. Facts do not matter, right? And their star can't be wrong, and you must be wrong because you're against their favorite star. And that's why fandoms are awful, right? I mean, I have, ever since this channel started to get big, one thing that has happened over and over again, it happened with BreadTube and it's happened with other people, is one of these internet assholes will start attacking me and just start accusing me of this and saying I'm a Nazi or saying I'm this or that. And then a bunch of people that are fans of this channel will think it's somehow my fault. Why can't you just get along with so-and-so? I'm like, I'm not fighting this person. I'm not antagonizing them. And why? And they just can't think that this person they would like on the internet could possibly be wrong. This person who's cool on the internet could possibly be wrong. I'm telling you, there's a lot of people that are fun to listen to on the internet, that are cool on the internet, that are fucking assholes. And in fact, social media really brings out the fucking asshole part of you. But and I continue, and thank goodness you all are still here, and I like you all, and I appreciate you, and I'd rather have you than those folks. Those folks that are like that, get lost. Good riddance, I guess. You know what I mean? Because this has happened over and over again. Somebody will start beefing with me, start attacking me, right? Which is always funny. Why me? Right? It's usually they're getting Patreon money or something, and it just so happens I'm the RT reporter guy. It just so happens and it's like, why of all the people do they want to destroy my reputation? It's always interesting, but they'll start targeting me. It'll be one of these assholes, internet assholes, who doesn't have a real life organization, and they never do. One of these assholes will start attacking me, and then there'll be a bunch of people that are fans that'll be like, oh, why don't you just talk about blank? And I'll talk about it, and they'll still keep attacking me. And why don't you just, and you don't understand that the second one of those people starts attacking you, you've already lost. You've already lost. There's nothing you can do when those people start attacking you, because all their fans don't care about the truth, right? None of their fans care about reality, right? I mean, when Thought Slime was attacking me, right? They'd be like, well, you're this and this and this. And I would say, that's actually not true. And I'd send them links. Shut up, Burger King. I mean, that's just, they don't care about truth. They don't care about truth. They don't care about reality, right? These internet people, they don't care, right? Eventually, though, they will abandon their fandom and they'll change the channel and they'll follow somebody else. They're not really loyal to that person, but they're caught up in something on the internet that's like their favorite TV show. And so they're just loyal to that, and they don't care what reality is, and they don't care about you, and they don't care about anything. They're just caught up in their favorite TV show, and you're not a real person, and they're not a real person. And it's fucked up. It's really, really fucked up. And that's why I am so determined for CPI to be an in real life organization and not be one of these stupid internet fandoms. And, it never ceases to amaze me, right? And these people that are just, but they're always, I will say this, right? The people that are like this are always quite useless organizationally. Some of them will get involved in the organization, but they're always not really doing very much to build the group. It's always really hard to get them to come to anything. They're always just kind of online people that are on there for entertainment. And then, oh my God, I'm fighting with somebody that there's their favorite entertainer and they can't handle it. And then they go away. And it's like, good riddance. See ya. Don't let the door hit you on the way out, and it's a problem. It's really a problem, but I've seen it over and over and over again, right? If some streamer decides to go after me, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it, because they could get up there and they can share fake memes. They can say things that aren't true, and their fans don't care. Their fans don't care. And most of their fans aren't real. They usually have a troll farm of people that are backing them up. And it's really stupid. And that, I really do feel sorry. On some level, I feel sorry for people that are caught up in internet fandoms, because, you're not becoming a better person through an internet fandom. You're not. You're not getting involved. You're not being an activist. You're background talent. That's all you are, right? Maybe they'll have an event and you'll be in the audience, and then they'll have proof that you were in the audience and that there are real people in real life who like them. That's it. You're not being empowered. You're just, whereas in CPI, we're always trying to make people better and empower people. We want our members to write. We want our members to engage in activism and get to know people. We're training people to be better. That's what we're doing. Whereas if you're in a fandom, all you're ever going to be is you're a like, you're a share, you're ad revenue for them. And that's all you'll ever be for a fan in a fandom, right? If you're in one of these fandom communities, all you will ever mean to them is Patreon money, likes, shares, ad revenue. That's all you'll ever mean. And the second that you're more than that, and the second you might be stealing some of their spotlight, they're going to hate your guts and they're going to shut you down. I'll just tell you that much, right? They do not want anybody that can disagree with them, that might, take the spotlight from them. That's the last thing that they would ever want, is anyone who could outshine the great, superstar. Whereas with me, I would like more CPI people to do stuff. I'd like to push up and embolden more people, right? So, I'm just telling you, if you're in an internet fandom, it's a road to nowhere. And this is not an internet fandom, right? I mean, and it's not. We're building an in real life community. We're empowering people. We're working with people. We're recruiting people who would never go looking for this. We're doing outreach to real life people and trying to get out of a bubble. We're doing all kinds of outreach oriented stuff. A year ago, my goal was for CPI to become an outreach oriented organization. And that goal has been fulfilled, and then some. Door knockers are going up on doors. Houthi books are getting distributed with a poster for our convention on them. All kinds of different outreach stuff is going on. We're an outreach-oriented group. We're building. We are a building-oriented organization. I'm very proud of what we're doing because we're doing the real work, and other people want to be famous on the internet. Well, fuck them, right? Nothing gets better by them being famous on the internet. Just because they have an opinion about this issue that's good and they're famous on the internet doesn't change anything. It doesn't change anything, and they know that. And that's why they're allowed to be internet famous. Trust me, if they were using their internet fame to do something good and actually change the world, things would rapidly increase, escalate very quickly, and they don't. So I just wanted to get that out of my system. Had a lot of caffeine today, so that's what's empowered me to go on. We're well past the 3-hour mark, and we've still got to answer all the super chats. So here we go. Here we go. All righty. Scrolling up to read super chats. Now that the United States and the Houthis are friends, YouTube should remonetize you. Well, they're still designated as terrorists, right? Trump agreed the USA will not bomb Yemen anymore. They agreed not to attack any U.S. ships, but I wouldn't say they're friends as of yet. It'd be great if their designation as terrorists could be lifted. It'd be great if the USA started trading with Yemen. That would be nice, right? I'm starting to think about Oklahoma. Oh, the Houthis and America should be friends. Oh, the Houthis and America should be friends. One likes to chase a plow. The other likes to, I don't know. Anyway, that's Oklahoma. Rodgers and Hammerstein musical from the 1940s. It's called Oklahoma. And there's a song called The Farmer and the Cowman Should Be Friends. So, John is saying the Houthis and America should be friends. So there we go. There we go. Rodgers and Hammerstein for the win. All right. Diaz-Canal and She and Victory Day. I used to pray for times like these. Well, thank you, Leo Messi. And it's great. I mean, this is like the global gathering of anti-imperialism is happening tomorrow, right? The parade starts at 3 a.m. Our time. Tune in on Rumble. It's going to be awesome. They're all there, and Ibrahim Traore and Xi Jinping and Kim Jong-un and Diaz-Canal, and it's anti-imperialist Woodstock in Moscow. So great, good times, right? Yeah, the Houthi version of Oklahoma. So there we go. Well, Oklahoma. Speaking of Oklahoma, right? The villain in Oklahoma, Judd Fry, he's an incel. Did you know that? That's basically what he is. He's a man who can't get a wife and thinks women don't like him, so he becomes a murderer, right? He's an incel killer. And so is the Phantom of the Opera. The Phantom of the Opera is an incel, right? He's deformed or something and he can't get women, so he becomes a killer. And it's like the incels are as old as time, right? There's always been men who feel like women are not attracted to them and become angry and resentful of society. Nothing particularly new about that. So there you go. It's just become a meme in our culture. And there are certain aspects of our culture that have made it worse. I think the dating sites, the swipe, where we're judging someone by their face, right? That's, you meet somebody in a bar, it's a little bit different, or, but now we have the swipe culture where you're judging people by their face. And on top of that, a lot of young men don't have their shit together economically, right? And women want to date. I will say this, I am the worst person in the world. Do not ask me for dating advice. But one thing I noticed, when I, before I got married, I did dabble in that world a little bit. And at one point my income dramatically increased and I noticed, I got a lot more bites, a lot more people were interested. So the best way, if you really want to succeed in the dating world, is to have lots of money. That is my advice. The best, no, but and I was quite disappointed by that realization. I'm like, okay, when I had no money, right? Women weren't as interested, but then when my income dramatically increased, I had a lot more women that were interested in me. And, and what's the problem with that, Caleb? Well, the problem is that, if a man supports his wife, that's respected, right? That's, hey, that's what a husband does. He supports his wife, right? Supports his wife and kids, right? If a woman supports her husband, all the woman's girlfriends are going to say, leave that loser. Oh my God. In fact, if a man supports his wife, but he makes less money than his wife, all the girlfriends and the family members of the wife are going to be like, leave that loser. He's a screw, So it's like, women are kind of, them being supported financially is fine. Men being supported is a very shameful thing. And so with the financial situation, you have a lot of young men that can't, that aren't just not able to find good paying jobs and all of that. And so a lot of women don't want to date them. And that's one aspect of the incel thing. There's an economic component, and it's kind of unfair to young men because if women can't find good paying jobs, if they, there's not a huge amount of judgment on them for that, right? In the same way that there is on men. Right. We've changed the rules in a lot of ways. Women can work, alongside men. Women can work in fields that used to be only men, etc. There's more women in college than men. However, the expectation is that men absolutely have to be breadwinners. And if women aren't, that's okay. So the expectations of society have not changed, but the opportunity has. And that's a problem, right? And maybe that makes me a social conservative. I don't think I'm being a social conservative. In theory, there should be plenty of economic opportunity for men and women to become breadwinners and make lots of money. And there should be, equal expectation on both of them to do that. We don't have that as a society. We changed part of the rules in that women have more equality in the workplace than they used to. It's not always equal, right? But women have more equality, but they don't face the same kind of expectation. And that leaves a lot of young men feeling inadequate and facing a lot of judgment from the opposite sex and judgment from their own families in a way that is unfair, honestly, right? That, the expectation of them is way higher, but the opportunity is not what it used to be, and that's kind of a recipe for disaster. If society is expecting way more from you than you're able to, and the opportunity for you to do that is way less, that's a recipe for disaster. So I sympathize with a lot of young men, and I will say with a lot of young men, and I mean, I'm 37. I'm probably still a young man by a lot of people's measure, but I'm not as young as I once was. Look, young men very much feel they have to prove themselves, right? That they must show what they're capable of. And that's an awful place to be. It really is, where you're desperate to prove yourself. And it's not because there's something wrong with you. It's because, it's an insecure place, and it's not your fault, right? It's not because you're a bad person. Oh, he's always trying to prove himself. What an asshole. No, you're suffering. You wouldn't be always trying to prove yourself if you weren't suffering. So I understand. And a lot of young men really feel a need to prove themselves because society has given them the message of you're not good enough. You're not good enough. And that sucks. That absolutely sucks. And my heart goes out to such young men. And I would like CPI to be a place where they don't feel that way. They don't feel that we're saying you're not good enough. You're not good enough. You better prove yourself. You're not good enough. We ought to make an atmosphere in CPI where you feel safe and you can just be who you want to be. You can just do what feels good and naturally to you. That's what I would like. And I see a lot of young men who really do need to prove themselves, and I understand, and I was there once, and I sympathize with them, and that's awful that you have to feel that way. It really is. It's awful that you have to feel that you must prove your worthiness. Anyway, next question. John McPeace says Churchill was the one who killed people with deliberate famines. Yes, during World War II, there was a famine in India, and Winston Churchill said it was the fault of the people of India because they breed like rabbits. They breed like rabbits, right? And Winston Churchill was a monster. And that's one thing that, neo-Nazis say that because he was on the opposite side. But it's still true. I mean, just because Nazis say something doesn't mean it's false. And Winston Churchill was a monster. He was. But, he was a monster in the same way the Nazis were. He was a white supremacist, literally. He was an advocate of colonialism. I mean, the Nazis should love Winston Churchill, right? He thought whites were superior. He wanted to breed out different races. Nazis, they love to play games where they start making leftist critiques of the West to make the Nazis the good guys. And it's like, the Nazis believed in Western ideology, right? They believed in survival of the fittest. They believed in racial pseudoscience. They believed in all that British Empire crap. So, it's a weird game that people play, right? The problem is that a lot of people don't know anything. I mean, and that's one weird aspect of politics, persuasion, etc. is a lot of people don't know anything. And there's a lot of things that are true that are not obvious. So a very common intellectual trope is to a form of intellectual flimflammery is somebody gets up and they say something that is not obvious but is true, and they prove it to you, right? And it may not be something that necessarily flies in the face of what you already believe, but it's something that's uncommon knowledge. And they kind of take you down a rabbit hole of look at all this stuff you didn't know. And then that leads to, so believe what I say about something completely unrelated. Right. And I mean, a while back, years ago, I went to a political event by a political organization, and they got up, and the speech was about Edgar Allan Poe. And they talked about how Edgar Allan Poe's book, Edgar Allan Poe wrote The Purloined Letter, which is like the first detective story. He wrote The Purloined Letter, and there's like 5 different versions of The Purloined Letter. It was heavily edited. And Edgar Allan Poe was involved in intelligence work, and he was involved in the Society of Cincinnati. It was fascinating, right? What they were teaching me about Edgar Allan Poe. It was great. I mean, they took me on a whole rabbit hole about Edgar Allan Poe. I learned a lot. And then at the end, that was why I should support Donald Trump. And I was like, wait a second. No. But that, you can see how that would work, right? If you're blowing someone's mind, look at all this stuff you did not know. So therefore, agree with me. That it doesn't necessarily compute, right? One can give you a lot of knowledge that they don't have, right? That you don't have. One can point to very unfamiliar truths. However, right, that doesn't necessarily mean everything else, right? My example of this was, for me, my whole political development was really centered around the fact that I knew communism was not an economic failure. I was told communism just never worked. Oh, never has communist governments ever had any economic success. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. And I discovered that. And that became like a central part of my political reality, and still is, right? The basic economic history of how the Soviet Union rapidly industrialized, Gaddafi's Libya, many examples of socialist planned economies having great success. And that flies in the face of what we're told. But from that, I extrapolated some things that were not true. I thought that the way Stalin did things was the ideal way to do things. I thought the Soviet Union fell because it deviated from the way Stalin did things. I thought that, socialist planned economies are the ideal way. Well, there's a reason that the Soviet model is not coming back. There's a reason that China and Vietnam are the way they are. But because I knew something that was true, which was the Soviet Union was very economically successful, which we're lied to constantly. Right. And that's one thing that I've seen. There's a lot of different groups that do this, a lot of different organizations, etc., where they know something that is true, that our society obscures or covers up or hides. They know this, and they're right about it usually. But then they blow that up out of proportion into something that is, into something that is, so it's like they miss the rest of reality because of it, right? And that is a really common thing that like fringe political groups, fringe religious groups do. They know something that is true, and they have some really insightful knowledge about something that the rest of society does not understand, and then that become so focused on that they kind of lose the rest of reality. And that I've seen that over and over and over again in many different examples, right? Conspiracy theories, right? There are things that conspiracy people say that are very, very, very true that society just refuses to acknowledge. But then they get so wrapped up in that they start talking about space aliens and the Illuminati, and they lose their minds. But they don't have to. They can just say, but it's hard. It's very hard when you know something is true and society refuses to acknowledge that. It's very easy to get, trapped in that truth. And you have to resist doing that. You have to be able to say, well, the society I live in is lying about this, but I'm going to keep an open mind about other things. That's a really hard thing to do. It's a very, very hard thing to do, right? Because it is infuriating when people get up and lie, when people just get up and lie, right? And they say things that are so obviously false. It's really hard to not just rage against all of society. It's very hard to keep a cool head when people are saying things that are obviously false. And it's also infuriating when you see people say things that are obviously false that you can debunk very easily. You know that it's obviously false, and they know it's obviously false, but other people just go along with it because they don't care, right? It's not important to them, right? There's people that I know. I mean, I saw this all the time, who would get up and say, well, socialism just never worked anywhere. And I would confront them and say, yesterday we talked about it, and you admitted to me that the Soviet Union did this and that and that and that, but it's not important. It's not important to them. It's not their fight. So when I'm not in the room, they'll say Soviet Union killed millions of people and never had any economic successes. And yeah, when they're around me, they'll be like, well, yeah, Caleb did point out to me with statistics, they actually did really well. But, but when I'm around everybody else, I'm just going to go along with it because it's not my issue. It's not important to me. And if it's your issue, if it's important to you, that's infuriating to see, right? It's very infuriating to see, right? That society kind of is premised on a lie, and you see through that lie, and other people kind of know it's a lie, but they go along with it because libertarians, I used to debate libertarians a lot, and libertarians would watch my material before the debate and they go, oh, he can debunk that socialism failed. So in the debate with me, they would never say socialism failed everywhere. And we know that the second I'm not in the room, they immediately pull that out because libertarianism really depends on that notion, right? The idea that, socialism has just failed everywhere and that's capitalism is the ideal system. And so when they're in the debate with me, when you saw me debate Dave Smith, when you saw me debate Spike Cohen, I debated Dave Smith and Spike Cohen 2-on-1. I started debunking that. We never said that. We never said that. Of course you didn't say it now because I can debunk it. But in any other debate about this topic, you would say that. Ugh, it's infuriating. But anyway, right. And that's one thing I would urge people to do is that if you know something is true and you know that the society around you is lying about it, it's very hard. You have to keep a cool head about it. You have to realize, okay, I know this is a lie, right? And I know that my society I live in lies about this all the time, but I still need to examine other things from a clear lens. That doesn't necessarily mean blank, blank, blank. There's a lot of people who do this, right? They go from, the COVID vaccine isn't going to end the pandemic to the Holocaust never happened. And it's like, wait a second, hold up. You know what I mean? Just because, yes, our society, there was a lot of deception and censorship and, a lot of things that we were told about COVID were false. And it's infuriating that they wouldn't allow debate the way they did. And it's absolutely infuriating. But that doesn't mean that everything that is said by the conspiracist right or everything that is against what these people would believe, that doesn't mean it's all true, right? And you need to examine every situation with a clear head. It's not easy to do. It is not easy to do. It is very, very difficult to do. Very difficult to do. You have to keep a clear head about it. But just because they're right about Edgar Allan Poe and they could show you all kinds of information you didn't know about Edgar Allan Poe doesn't mean they're necessarily right about Trump, right? And that there's a level of whether it's conscious or unconscious deception there. When they make the leap from, I just taught you a whole bunch about something you didn't know about, so therefore you should just de facto agree with me about something completely unrelated. That doesn't follow. Someone can be really smart in one area and be wrong in other areas. I know many people that are like that are brilliant and way ahead of the game in certain categories. But on other topics, they're really lacking in knowledge. They're really conforming and they know nothing, right? There are many people like that. So, I don't know. This is the kind of stuff I think about. So forgive me for going on about it, but it's important to think about this, right? You get, that you don't want to become intoxicated with truth. You want to digest truth and use it, digest truth, but don't become intoxicated by it, right? If something is true and society doesn't recognize it, it's okay to be outraged and it's okay to scream that truth from the heavens, but you have to keep a clear head about other facts that may not be related. There you go. Caleb's talking sense again. Well, thank you, Neil. I do my best. Okay. All righty. Was the CIA and FBI seemingly overnight rebrand from right wing to left wing? Why did this? Hempcar, the CIA has always been left wing. Now, the FBI is a little bit of a different story. The FBI is historically right wing, right? But the CIA has always been left wing. Joe McCarthy investigated the CIA for ties to communism. The FBI thought the CIA were communists. And the CIA, starting in 1949, they were funding Trotskyites. And the CIA has always had a very left wing edge to it, right? Now, the Dulles brothers were more conservative. And also, you have to remember, in terms of social issues, America has really pivoted. You know, we were much more socially conservative in the 50s, but the CIA, starting in 1949, they were funding leftist magazines. They were funding the anti-Stalinist left. Project MK Ultra started later, and that was a search for mind control, but it basically, and one thing about MK Ultra, right? Just pointing this out. Everybody knows, it is widely acknowledged, and of course, there's some normie out there, that's crazy. No, it is widely acknowledged. LSD, the LSD phenomenon of the 1960s would never have happened without the CIA. That's a fact. And you can say, that's crazy, Caleb. No, I can show you about 20 books, and I can show you congressional testimonies. LSD would not have been widely used among the U.S. population if it wasn't for the CIA. Was that intentional or not? That's a fair question. What happened was the CIA thought LSD could potentially be used as a weapon, could be used as mind control. And so they were going to college campuses and they were giving it to college students as experiments, right? And college students and prisoners were being given LSD in big numbers to see what would happen. They also went in the Bay Area in San Francisco, and they mass distributed LSD to see if it had military value, right? They would go into a block and they would just, drop acid in everybody's drink and shove acid pills in everyone's hands and see what would happen if everyone just started getting tripped on their minds. So yes, there would not have been the LSD explosion of the 60s if it wasn't for the CIA. Were they sitting there though and saying, aha, we're going to create drug culture? Was that the case? Could have been. And it looks to some degree it was, but how intentional was it? I don't know. Was there a grand plan to do that? It's clear LSD was being widely used across the United States because American intelligence thought it had military or intelligence value and was giving it to a lot of college students and was giving it to a lot of prisoners and was also giving it to neighborhoods. Okay, that's true. And, Dr. Timothy Leary, college professor, psychologist at Harvard, was given LSD by Sidney Gottlieb, right? As part of MK Ultra. He was a psychology professor and they gave him LSD. Take it, see what it does to you. And then he fell in love with it. And then he started the LSD cult, right? He started going all over the country, distributing it. He had a building. There was a building in Greenwich Village called the League for Spiritual Discovery that was apparently open 24 hours a day. And you could just go in and get LSD from it. It was owned by Timothy Leary, and people would just go in and get LSD. And, there was no war on drugs yet. It was technically illegal, but there was no war on drugs yet. And this college professor, who was a respected academic, had taken it as part of a CIA experiment, and he fell in love with it, and he made it his mission to raise money and distribute it. Now, was that intentional on the part of American intelligence? Maybe. I mean, the media did give him a lot of attention, but he was also a well-respected Harvard professor. And I mean, so how much was the CIA sitting there and saying, we want everyone to, we want to promote drug culture? How much? I don't know. To some degree they probably were, but how much of this just kind of blew up because they were doing experiments with it? I don't know. And that's, again, with conspiracy things. And what drives me crazy is you have these normies who will sit there and you'll say to them, the CIA was distributing drugs all over America. You don't believe that, do you? And you'll be like, yes, actually I do. You'll show them all that. No, that's crazy. I bet the Russians told you that. I bet that's from Trump. And they, it doesn't matter. You can show them. It's like they're like the internet fans. No matter what you say, it sounds like something that you're not supposed to think, so it doesn't matter. You have people like that. And then you have people that see that is true. And then from there, communism is all a conspiracy by the Jews and the British Empire to corrupt the white race and blah, blah, blah. And they go crazy. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, it is true. It is factual that the CIA was widely distributing drugs across America. It's also factual that at the same time, especially in the late 60s, popular culture began really emphasizing drug culture. The popular rock and roll bands, the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, they were promoting drug use. And Timothy Leary was this college professor who was given drugs as part of a CIA program who thought it was an amazing experience. And then he created his own church, the League for Spiritual Discovery, and was going around giving drugs out and raising money. And, that happened. And there was clearly some kind of division in the ruling class over it, because when Richard Nixon was elected president, Richard Nixon arrested him, right? And sent the FBI after him. So what was going on? It looks to me like there was at least some intent on the part of the CIA to make LSD and drug culture popular. It wasn't simply they were doing experiments and it got out of control. It looks like there were at least some people in the CIA who wanted to foment drug culture, but that I'm not totally sure of that. It seems that way. But you got to be careful. You got to be careful with all of this, right? And the annoying thing is the anti-conspiracy crowd. You got the two extremes. The MSNBC normies. It doesn't matter how true it is. It's all just a big conspiracy theory, or I guess ContraPoints made a video of the CIA doesn't do bad things now. I mean, it's just, come on, right? You got that. And then you got people who get a little bit of truth and they realize it is true that the CIA was distributing LSD all across the country. They were in fact doing that. And so then they go crazy, right? They get intoxicated with that truth and it leads to, they lose touch with reality. And you got to be, there's an expression, they say a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. And that's true on many different levels. But it's like, you got to not become intoxicated by what you know is true. You got to know that something is true. And based on that, use your information to assess the world around you. That is what I think you need to do. But it's something we all struggle with. And have I made mistakes? Have I made mistakes in that area before? Of course. I'm telling you that because I knew that communism failed was a big lie, I fell into the trap of thinking that the Soviet model was infallible, was the ideal way of doing things. It's not. And I fell into the belief that, if we just went back to the Stalin era, the Stalin model was the ideal way of doing things. And it's very good at industrializing countries. And its achievements are so unheard of and so widely, besmirched that, it's the reality of what the Soviet Union did, lifting millions of people out of poverty, etc. The reality of that, right? Versus the lie, the reality of what the Soviet Union achieved, wiping out illiteracy, inventing space travel, biggest power plants in the world, versus what we're told, just never had any success. Never, all they did was starve for 40 years. I mean, that the reality and the lie are so far from each other. I got trapped and it took me a long time. It wasn't until I started traveling overseas, when I went to Iran, when I went to Venezuela, and I went to world communist gatherings, I started to realize, the Stalin model isn't the perfect way to do things, even though it accomplished so much. And even though I've been lied to about it so much. And, so I'm just, anyway. Okay, here we go. Next question. Pope John Paul II apologized to the Muslim world for the Crusades. Yes. And it's a good thing. The Crusades were an awful thing. The Crusades were done because feudalism can't allow historical progress, right? Feudalism is you can't have the population expand too much under feudalism. You can't have technology expand. Feudalism is quite fragile. Human growth rips apart feudalism. And there's a very good book a friend gave me called about millenarianism. It was like a cycle in feudalism of every 100 years or so, the population got too big and they would have peasant wars and there would be starvation, there'd be hunger. And then there would be people, usually there would be uprisings of the peasants. There would be messianic figures who thought they were the second coming of Jesus. And there would be, all kinds of stuff. And it was like a cycle. And in China, peasant wars were a cycle that happened every 100 years. In feudalism, about every 100 years in feudalism, the population gets too big and technological progress advances and feudalism starts to come apart. And then you have a big social catastrophe. And then you get back to feudalism, right? And feudalism is a very fragile economic system. The Crusades were an attempt by the Vatican to to hold off the naturally occurring cycle in feudalism by sending a bunch of people, thousands of people, to Palestine to kill the Muslims. But eventually that ended up, not working out too well for them either, because the Knights Templar brought back all that scientific knowledge, etc. So there you go. But yeah, that also that cycle in feudalism, that played an important role in the Chinese Revolution. And again, this is something that is not traditionally taught by Marxists. You have to understand Chinese history. Mao Zedong was from a peasant family, and 30 years before Mao was born, there was an uprising in China called the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. I'm butchering that. Anyone who speaks Chinese, anyone who speaks Chinese, forgive me. I don't speak Chinese. I've never claimed to speak Chinese. And fucking Zhan Yu attacks me because I don't speak Chinese. I don't claim to speak Chinese. Zhan Yu is like unbelievable. I mean, he is so mad that I confronted the president of Taiwan and told her to stop selling war in America, a cause he supposedly believes in. But he's so angry that I got attention and he didn't, that he continues to attack me. And the other day he's attacking me on Twitter for not speaking Chinese. I'm a white dude from America. Why would I speak Chinese? It's just like, I mean, you should be happy that I confronted the president of Taiwan. You think Taiwan is China. I think Taiwan is China. You don't like the president of Taiwan. I don't like her either. Why are you not happy? Oh, because it's social media and it's a big fight. It's because he's an immature little whatever. But anyway, I don't speak Chinese. But anyway, Taiping, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, was a peasant war. 30 years before Mao was born, there was starvation. Right? In China, it was feudalism. The population had risen, and feudalism hit the cycle. And there was a huge uprising, the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. This peasant, this poor person in China, he got one pamphlet that had been translated into Chinese from Christian missionaries, and he read it, and it was about the life of Jesus. And he said, "Oh, I'm Jesus's younger brother. I'm Jesus number two. I'm Jesus's younger brother. Jesus, it was the first son of God. I'm the second son of God. And I'm sent to lead the peasants of China to build God's kingdom on earth." And he built an army of peasants and a socialist commune, and they started seizing territory, and there was a big civil war in China of peasants, and the emperor battled against the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, and like millions of people died. It was a really ugly war. And it was because feudalism has this cycle built into it. Mao was born 30 years after that happened. And if you look at the essay that Mao wrote, 1927, Mao's a member of the Communist Party, and he's from the countryside. And his family lived through that war. They remembered it. He's from the countryside. And they send him, there's a bunch of peasant uprisings happening in Hunan, which is the region that Mao is from. They send him to Hunan. And there's a big uprising going on. And Mao's like, oh, it's that time again. The cycle is happening. And Mao basically says, the Chinese Communist Party, we can harness this cycle in order to come to power. And that's what the essay is about. And when Mao took power, I always tell people, did you know there's a big monument to a group of Christians in Tiananmen Square? Did you know that? Well, it's true. There's a big monument in Tiananmen Square to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, to a Christian peasant uprising against feudalism in China, because Mao's whole life was defined by the Taiping Heavenly Uprising, right? He grew up in the aftermath of a war in China where millions of people died, a peasant uprising led by a guy who thought he was Jesus's younger brother, who led this big peasant uprising. And Mao realized the cycle had happened again, and he said, if we harness the cycle, if we make the Chinese Communist Party the group that leads the peasant uprising, we can take power. And that was Mao's great innovation. That's why the Chinese Revolution won, is because the cycle in feudalism, the millenarian cycle, or whatever you want to call it, had happened, and Mao realized, oh, it's that time again. 30 years before I was born, they had this big ugly war when my parents were kids. And now we're about to have a big peasant war. But if I make the communists the leader of the peasant war, we can take power. And that's what happened. And it was brilliant. It was a brilliant innovation on Mao's part. And Stalin didn't want to do it. Stalin believed in nationalism, right? Stalin wanted the Chinese Communist Party to just kind of merge into the KMT. Trotsky wanted to build a workers' movement of the tiny little industrial working class, but Mao had the brilliant understanding. He'd grown up, his whole life had been defined by the Taiping Heavenly Uprising, and Mao was a follower of Kropotkin before he was a communist. He was an anarchist and a follower of Kropotkin, who was advocating peasant rebellions. Kropotkin was an anarchist, a Russian anarchist who had tried to build a peasant movement, the Narodniks and such. And Mao was really into peasant uprisings, peasant rebellions. That was Mao's whole obsession. So when it was that time of the cycle again, he attached to it and they took power. Now that's a really important thing, and that's part of feudalism. And that wherever you have feudalism, every 100 years or so, you get one of these rebellions. You get an epidemic, which is that human beings have reproduced too much, that and there's nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't fit into feudalism, right? And technology usually has advanced to the point that you're producing more, and it doesn't fit into feudalism. Feudalism is a very, very fragile economic order that cannot handle population advancing, cannot handle technological progress. It's very fragile. And when feudalism becomes destabilized, there tends to be a big ugly war. And and there's a great book by Engels called The Peasant Wars in Germany. Frederick Engels wrote a book all about this, about Thomas Munzer, Thomas Munzer, the leader of the German peasant uprisings, and how in Germany there was a peasant socialist commune. Thomas Munzer led this at the time of Martin Luther, I believe. There was a guy in Germany who, again, the population had risen. There was hunger among the peasants, and he believed it was time to build God's kingdom on earth. And there was a millenarian uprising in Germany in like the 1400s that you can read about. Like these things happened. Anyway, next question. All right. Good MLK quote from the book of Jeremiah. All right. Well, I tend to like Martin Luther King. So we'll put the video on the screen. This is interesting. So you filmed YouTube, Jake, I guess Hempcar, you filmed YouTube. All right, hold on. You filmed YouTube with your phone. So this is going to be an interesting video, but you sent the video. You want us to show it. You did send a Rumble rant, so I will show it. So Jacob, I'm downloading your video of a video. So hold tight. We're downloading Jacob's video of a video. All right. Okay. And it's MLK quoting the book of Jeremiah. All right. Thank you. Hey, I'm glad that you're so invested in this show that you made a video of a video. You filmed your computer. This is Jacob's video, seeing this with fresh eyes. You're a regular, Jacob Hempcar, so here we go.
Because nations are caught up with the drum major instinct. I must be first. I must be supreme. Our nation must rule the world. I am sad to say that the nation in which we live is the supreme culprit. And I'm going to continue to say it to America, because I love this country too much to see the drift that it has taken. God didn't call America to do what she's doing in the world now. God didn't call America to engage in a senseless, unjust war as the war in Vietnam. And we are criminals in that war. We have committed more war crimes almost than any nation in the world. And I'm going to continue to say it. And we won't stop it because of our pride and our arrogance as a nation. But God has a way of even putting nations in their place. The God that I worship has a way of saying, don't play with me. He has a way of saying, as the God of the Old Testament used to say, the Hebrews, don't play with me. Don't play with me, Babylon.
Well, there you go. That's powerful. I have never heard that clip of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. before. That's amazing. I've heard Beyond Vietnam, his Beyond Vietnam speech. I have not heard that clip before. That is very powerful. That is MLK getting fired up in a way I've not heard before. That is, wow. If you can send me the full speech that is from, Jacob Hempcar, I am very curious to hear that. I've heard some of MLK's later speeches when he was criticizing capitalism, when he was talking about socialism. I have never heard that one. So if you can send me the full audio recording, Drum Major Instinct by MLK, Wow. Wow. That is something special. You know, I'm going to go listen to that whole speech because that's wow. Like that was him saying kind of what he said in the Beyond Vietnam speech, but really escalating it. I mean, really taking it to another level. Drum major instinct. Wow. That's whew. That was something else. February 4th, 1968. Wow. Dr. Martin Luther King's sermon from February 4th, 1968. Well, he was killed in April of 1968. So, whew, no wonder they killed him. Wow. I always tell people that Martin Luther King Jr. was shot down on a picket line. And I've had people get really angry at me for saying that. They're like, Caleb, Martin Luther King Jr. was shot in a hotel balcony, not a picket line. Why was he in Memphis? He was in Memphis to support a group of sanitation workers who were on strike. Okay, he wasn't literally at the picket line, but yes, Martin Luther King Jr. was shot down on a picket line supporting striking sanitation workers. That is a fact, right? He wasn't literally on the picket line. He was at his hotel balcony, but come on, right? And that makes Martin Luther King Jr. a labor martyr, right? I mean, if you go to a city to support a group of workers that are on strike, and while you're in that city, you get murdered by people who don't agree with you, I think you count as a martyr of the labor movement. And I think we should count Martin Luther King Jr., a lifelong dedicated anti-racist fighter, certainly a martyr of anti-racism, but also a martyr of the labor movement. He was that. That is what he was. And he was an anti-war voice at the time he was dead. And the NAACP denounced him for opposing the Vietnam War. They said it was hurting the civil rights movement by confusing causes. They were very angry with him for opposing the Vietnam War, but he did it anyway. Martin Luther King Jr. was never a communist. He rejected dialectical materialism, like I do at this point, right? And he argued that dialectical materialism was wrong, but he was an advocate of what he called democratic socialism. And he wanted to build the poor people's movement. He wanted to bring poor people to Washington, D.C. to engage in mass civil disobedience in order to demand an expansion of the welfare state. There you go. There you go. All right. Thank you for that, Hempcar. That was something else. You made us all smarter, Hempcar. Thank you. What's the name of the Soviet collapse documentary? What Soviet? Oh, the one that Xi Jinping showed. I actually don't know, but you should Google it because it's in Chinese. It's a Chinese-made film. It's not an English language film. But yeah, my understanding is that when Xi Jinping became the leader of the Chinese Communist Party, he had every member of the party watch a documentary about U.S. military interventions and U.S. imperialism, and also watch a documentary about the fall of the USSR and how not a single shot was fired. And that was widely reported on in the American media at the time. U.S. media was very terrified of Xi Jinping. One thing, I mean, it's not that important, but I was in the Workers' World Party at the time. And in the Workers' World Party, we were pro-China. We maintained China was a workers' state, but that China had lost its way. It was like China was revisionist, basically. We thought the Gang of Four and Mao were good. Deng Xiaoping was kind of bad, and China still socialist, but that was kind of our position. And then in like the final years that I was in the Workers' World Party, a leader of the Chinese Communist Party in Chongqing named Bo Xilai was arrested for corruption. And Bo Xilai had really played up the communist culture. It put a lot of communist propaganda on television and stuff like that. And so Workers' World Party went into overdrive about how Bo Xilai was being persecuted. They supported Bo Xilai. And Fred Goldstein wrote all these articles about the fall of Bo Xilai, and it was all of this. And we had these internal meetings in the party to discuss the China question. And Fred would get up there and talk, right? And then other people would raise their hands and just repeat what Fred was saying. And I remember at one of these meetings, I raised my hand and I said, when I'm out selling the paper, I was like the only one who did any outreach. When I'm out selling the paper, people often ask me about China, and this is what I say. And then he starts shouting at me, "Who gave you permission to say that?" I'm thinking, well, I have to say something when these people are there. Well, I think we should develop talking points together as a group. I'm thinking, well, I'm out there on the street. And people are asking me about China, and I'm answering their question. Fred, you're not there, and you're mad at me for saying this. Okay, sorry, but the meeting that we're at where we talked about this hadn't happened yet. I'm saying what Fred is so angry with me for, having things that I say to people when they ask me about China, because it would frequently come up when I was selling the paper at Occupy Wall Street and on the streets of New York City. People frequently said, yeah, well, what about China? And I had things that I said. Fred was super mad at me for saying things without, asking the great leader. But anyway, so Fred, we have these internal meetings that are not really meetings. It's just Fred, farting out whatever his opinion is, and then everyone going, oh, yeah, that's what we should do. And so then after that, Fred writes a whole series of articles about, is China taking the capitalist road, about how the fall of Beau Lai, oh my God, this is the turning point. China's going to be overthrown. This is the fall of the Soviet Union. He's predicting that China is going to collapse like the USSR and all this. And then what happened next? Beau Lai was arrested, imprisoned, and then Xi Jinping became the leader of the Chinese Communist Party and started cracking down on corruption and emphasizing communism. And it was the exact opposite of what Fred said. Fred could not have been more wrong. Fred fell in love with Beau Lai, and it was all about, they arrested Beau Lai. It's over. Communism's over in China. They're taking the capitalist road. It's Gorbachev and the USSR. And he could not have been more wrong, I'm like the only person who realized this, and as I was leaving, I'm like, guys, you do know Fred, who wouldn't really allow any debate about Beau Lai, who was mad at me just for having things that I said to people on the street when they bought the newspaper from me about China. He just wrote this whole series of articles that was exactly wrong. It was exactly wrong. And I mean, he could not have been more wrong. And Fred, I learned a lot from Fred, and Fred has died, and I've forgiven Fred on some level. Fred and I did not get along, and that, examples of this, he got tripped up by his own ego, but the problem was that Fred wanted control, but he didn't do the work. Okay. I was at the office every day. I was out in the street selling the newspaper every day. I lived in a basement with 6 other people. I was barely surviving. I was like, living off of, I lived in a lot of poverty. I lived in a basement in Queens with 6 other people. I was barely getting by. I was selling newspapers to make enough money, and I was out in the street every day promoting the party. Fred would come to the party office once a month if he was giving a speech. But yet he wanted control. Well, if you're not there, you can't have control. And that was the issue, is that I was at the office every day, I was at the office every day, and then he was always complaining, and he would complain to other people, oh, these young people that are joining the party, they're listening to Caleb. That's because I'm there. That's because I'm the one at the office talking to them. Fred, if you'd be at the office, they would listen to you, right? But he didn't understand. He wanted to be the great leader, but he didn't want to do the work, right? And it was an ego thing. It was totally an ego thing. He thought he was Sam Marcy. Sam Marcy was the founder of the Workers' World Party. Fred thought he was Sam Marcy. And that's what the Beau Lai thing was. Sam Marcy, his final work had been writing about the fall of the USSR, writing big articles analyzing it. So Fred was projecting, I'm old and I'm getting ready to die, and I'm the leader of the group, so I'm writing about the fall of China. Well, the Soviet Union was falling in Sam Marcy's final years. China was not falling. And he thought he was the great leader at the top who could do all the thinking, but there was not an army underneath him. The group was collapsing and falling apart. And so it's like he wanted to think of the talking points on China that I would say, but he didn't want to sit down with me and engage with me. And like, whenever I would talk to Fred, like I would ask him one question, about Trotsky or something, and it would just be, he couldn't really handle being challenged intellectually. He was so used to being the great brain that if you said to him, yeah, but what about, he would just get angry and start shouting at you. He was very, he very much was used to being somebody who was not questioned, right? He was surrounded by people who thought he was so brilliant and so smart. And if you said to him, yeah, but what about, he would get angry. He took it as an offense, right? And if you thought of something that he didn't say, or I don't know. Sometimes you're never, I really try not to shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? I really try not to. I always think, like, was there a way that I acted? I could have gotten Fred to be friendlier, because when I first moved to New York, I really looked up to Fred in so many ways. I really did, because he was ideological, and I learned so much about capitalism. I mean, about the problem of overproduction, the tendency of the falling rate of profit, and he was more political than most of the Workers' World Party leadership. Most of the people in Workers' World Party's leadership, they are not political. I'll just tell you that. Certain people who shall not be named, who were in charge of things, they didn't know Lenin from a pipe organ, right? They didn't ever read Marx. They don't know anything. They just know the movement, man. Be activists. They're great activists, and they're whatever. And whatever. But anyway, Fred was not like that. Fred was ideological, and that's why I liked Fred. And I had hoped when I moved to New York that I could learn from Fred. And a couple times I went over to his apartment. You couldn't learn from Fred. He would just start shouting at you, right? Part of learning is asking tough questions. Part of learning is, saying, well, I've heard blank, how is that different? And Fred would just start shouting. But what it really was, it wasn't Fred's fault. It's that his ideology is wrong. I mean, there's no other way around it. His ideology is wrong. The classic ML thing, especially, their weird Sam Marcy, one true Trotskyism theory, it doesn't fit anymore, right? And I realized that at the time I was getting out of the party, I realized that, you ask them about Venezuela. What is Venezuela? Right? What is Venezuela? I remember I had that conversation with Deirdre Griswold. And I said, well, okay, if a country can't be a socialist country unless it's like Cuba or North Korea, where it's a one-party state and all that, what is Venezuela? And she basically just started to tell me that Venezuela was Chile under Allende. And I'm like, no, it's not, because under Allende, the military was, what overthrew them. Pinochet came out of the military. In Venezuela, their military is trained in Cuba. In Venezuela, they have the Bolivarian militias. It's not Chile under Allende. And she's like, well, they need to change the state. Deirdre, the state is the bodies of armed men. They have changed the state. Well, no, they haven't, because they didn't have a violent civil war. I mean, I'm like, no, like, they don't know what Venezuela is. Like, they know they should support Venezuela because U.S. imperialism bad, but they can't explain what Venezuela is. It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit their model. Their understanding of what Iran was. I mean, Iran was just a bourgeois nationalist state. Well, that's funny because, it has 5-year economic plans. Iran is way more of a planned economy than China is. You do realize in China, it's only like 50% state ownership. In Iran, it's like 70% state ownership. In Iran, they have very active Basij councils that enforce the will of the supreme leader. The biggest economic entity is this revolutionary organization, the Islamic Revolutionary Guards. But Iran is capitalist and China is socialist. That doesn't make sense, right? Their ideology is very stuck. It's stuck in the late Cold War. It made sense in the 70s and 80s. But when it came to Venezuela, when it came to Iran, when it came to the Belt and Road Initiative, when it came to China, they didn't know what they were doing. And that's why Fred called it completely wrong with Bo Xilai and with China. He thought that Bo Xilai, the leader of Chongqing, who was convicted of corruption, he thought Bo Xilai was the great Trotsky, or the great, I don't know what, of China. And that the fall of Bo Xilai was the counter-revolution and all of that. And he couldn't have been more wrong. Xi Jinping's rise was the complete negation, the complete opposite of what Fred said would happen. He got it completely wrong. But if you had Fred's worldview, you would think that it makes sense that Fred thought that. It's just that their view was wrong, right? And I guess if you've been in a party for 70 years, it would be very, very hard to say, my party is just wrong. Well, I'm not you. I'm not Fred. And I can say that classical ML is wrong. And, people don't get angry at me saying, I'm telling you, classic ML is not completely correct. It points to a lot of truth. a lot of truth, but it's not completely correct. And if you just have the strict ML worldview, you're not going to be able to explain things like Venezuela. You're not going to be able to explain things like, like Iran, like the Belt and Road, like you're going to be lost, right? The classic Marxist-Leninist ML, that's what I mean by ML, is Marxist-Leninist. The classic ML way of explaining things points to a huge amount of truth about imperialism, about the economic system of capitalism, about socialism. But there's things in it that don't work, that just don't work. The world doesn't fit. Iran doesn't fit, right? Venezuela doesn't fit. There are certain things that don't fit. You gots to innovationism. Damn right. You gots to innovationism. And that's why we're pioneering something new. And could we make mistakes? Sure. We're not saying we're infallible. We're not saying we have a magic solution, but we have a new understanding based on how the world is now, based on the knowledge that we have, called innovationism. And we published this book, What is Innovationism? And, it's free on the website. You can go to cpiusa.org. You can read this book for free. Just click on the PDF. We're not trying to make money off the book. But the classic ML way of doing things is limited. And, and that's why Fred was getting angry, is because he didn't have the answer. He didn't have the answer. So, I mean, his ideology had a lot of holes in it. There's no way around that. So yeah, I mean, and look, the people, for a while, I was the biggest advocate of wave red flags, wave hammers and sickles and all of that. And that was right at one time, because in the aftermath of the financial crisis, there was a lot of room to criticize capitalism. There were a lot of anti-capitalist arguments Americans had never heard. So to be out there in your face in the name of communism was very strategic, and very few people were doing it. Now a lot of people are doing that, right? Now, the woke left, there's the Revolutionary Communists of America. They're marching out there. A lot of people are doing that now. And it's not helpful, honestly, because a lot of the right wing think that woke people are communists. Most communists just repeat woke talking points and are anti-growth. And honestly, walking around and doing the red flag thing and the hammer sickle thing now doesn't help. It kind of hurts, to be honest. And we did that a little bit when CPI started, and we're moving away from that because conditions have changed. There was a time where if you did that, nobody was doing that. No one was waving red flags and hammers and sickles. No one was doing that. So if you did that, it created an opening through which you could have a conversation about the Soviet Union, about anti-imperialism. That's not the case anymore, right? Now in the United States, if people see that, they go, oh, I know what you are, and it doesn't help. And it scares it reinforces the right wing's delusions about degrowth being communism, about globalism being communism, the World Economic Forum is communism. And honestly, if you're doing that now, it's not helping. And honestly, I think three-letter agencies are involved in making it happen. And I said that before the election. And I mean, there's a lot that's happened since then that I'm not going to comment on in these streams. But honestly, if you're running around doing the hammer, sickle, red flag thing, it hurts. It hurts things because no one listens to you. And that is my biggest thing I will say to you, right? Again, and I actually said this I wrote an article during the elections. We've kind of redone our website since then, but I'll say it again. Watch out for people who aren't teaching anything, right? Again, if somebody's not teaching anything, right? If nobody learns anything, something's off. And that's what I saw during the, September, September, August of last year. All of a sudden, revolutionary communists of America are marching through the streets, red flags. We're communists. Communism is awesome. They're not teaching anybody anything. No one's learning anything from them. They're just scare porn for conservatives. They're just, look at us, we're communists. I'm like, this is not good. And I think the deep state is helping this happen, honestly. And I would be very careful. I was worried that something like January 6th might happen, that these people might be led to, do some criminal act or something that then led to, going to war with China or something. I was very concerned about it. And there were other things that happened that also still raised some concerns because nobody is learning anything. Again, part of it is just that writer disease where people just want to show how smart they are. They don't care if anyone learns anything. And I think there's a lot of that in some other places. So that may not be some kind of government operation. That may just be people with unhinged egos. And there's plenty of that. But still, if someone's not teaching you something, right? If they're just out there beating their chest about, I am a communist, look at me, they're just out there making a spectacle, but they're not teaching you anything. That's a serious point of concern. And that is something I see a lot of people creating a spectacle that doesn't educate. It's okay to create a spectacle. Creating a spectacle is absolutely necessary, but your spectacle should educate. People should learn from your spectacle. When we marched around with Trump and Kim, we were making a spectacle. That spectacle that said only peace can make America great again, that had Trump and Kim shaking hands, we made an impact. That was a spectacle, a big spectacle. That's a huge banner, but it changed the conversation, right? It was a way to boost the anti-war message within the Trump camp. It was a way to support people's Korea against the sanctions. It was a way to say, this is who we want Trump to be. It was a really good thing that we did during the election. We created a spectacle, but it taught people something. And if we had just run around, look at us, we're communists, red flags, are you scared, conservatives? What good would that have done? Well, it would have done something good for anti-China folks who want war with China. It would have done something good for the conservative commentators that are trying to warn everybody, oh, the woke left are communists. And they could point to that. See, look, they're communists. They're waving red flags. You're not really contributing anything. And you just kind of put on a spectacle of communism. At one point, yes, that could do something good. At this point, it doesn't. Whereas we made a spectacle of Trump and Kim, and that did something good, right? And it's not that we're afraid to say what we believe in, right? We've got whole kinds of books. What is innovationism and all of that? But we're trying to push forward a message in a way that will advance the struggle against imperialism. And we did a great job. And our Kamala Harris book that we distributed during the election, shout out to everybody who went to Chicago and all that. You did a great job. We have been trying with our limited resources to make a big impact, to push back against globalism, imperialism, and build the network of people, right? That's what this whole broadcast has been about. We just hit the four hour mark. We're 5 minutes into the fourth hour here. But we're against globalism, imperialism. We want a government of action that fights for working families. And everything we do is about strategically trying to awaken that level of consciousness, to get people to understand that our enemy is not in Yemen, our enemy is not in Russia or China or Iran or Venezuela or Cuba. Our enemy is Wall Street and London, the globalist imperialist system. That is our enemy. And what we need is a government of action that will break the big monopolies and empower and invest in working families and communities. That's what we need. And that's what our big convention coming up in Chicago is going to be all about. So I hope that you all will be there. It's going to be absolutely awesome, our Chicago convention. You don't want to miss it. Register at the link down below. And the Chicago people, if you're in the Chicago area, please reach out to us. We need all the help we can get. Gabby can't put all those door knockers on doors by herself. John and Ellie, and there's a lot of great folks in Chicago who are doing great work, but they need support. Building this convention, filling up that auditorium is not going to be easy. And there's a lot that needs to be done because we have to build this movement. We've got to build the ship. We got to build the ship before the flood comes. We got to build the network. We got to build a group of people who can work together because we need a government of action to fight for working families. Imperialism is heading for a crisis, but we can rely on each other. We can build the network. So get involved. Get involved. I'm not here to pander to you. I'm not here to put on a show. I'm here to get you involved. I'm here to recruit you to join the Center for Political Innovation, become a dues-paying member, get involved in our activities, help build the Chicago Convention, come to the Chicago Convention, fill up that auditorium. We need you there. Dare to struggle, dare to win, folks. Dare to struggle, dare to win. I am going to put on the closing music. It's been fun. It's been fun. New upsurge in the struggle against U.S. imperialism is now emerging throughout the world. Ever since World War II, U.S. imperialism and its followers have been continuously launching wars of aggression. But the people of various countries have been continuously waging revolutionary wars to defeat their aggression. And while the danger of a new world war still exists, and the people of all countries must get prepared, revolution is the main trend in the world today.